And Bravo, Alpha 1, cross runway 34 left, circle on the 12, book clear.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon everyone. How's everyone doing? We are just about to begin with the live stream for today.
One contact tower 1240.
Good afternoon from Sydney. How is everyone doing? Hoping you all are doing well. Good afternoon, what a way to start today's stream. Hey Horizon Planes, hello. Good afternoon from Sydney. How are you doing, Horizon? Hoping everything's well with you, mates. And thanks for joining us today, Saturday afternoon, on our live stream from here at Sydney's Kingsford Smith International Airport. don't have very many planes coming in on runway 34. For the very fact we know that we are in the afternoon session. But we do get a bit of arrivals and departures regardless, and we'll be capturing them anyway. We'll let you know. But how is everyone doing? Welcome, 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 and good morning. Hello AvGeek, how are you? Hoping everything's well with you, mates. Hey Horizon, you just need to go on ANF radar, and you know it's up there. You just need to put in the airport code, and yeah, you get the URL, paste the URL into your streaming software, done and dusted, easy peasy. Hey AvGeek, what was so special with 804 today? What happened? Is it something special? I had absolutely no idea, mates, because like I said, we were super busy. Went to Western Sydney yesterday. So what's really happening? Let us know about it. And good afternoon to all of you joining us. Alright, AvGeek says long contrail over Hobart and it's still visible after 10 minutes. Yeah, I guess sometimes, you know, those contrails, they stay there for quite some time. You know, even I've noticed it quite a bit. But for the most part, in the recent past, it's not something that I've spotted. I did spot some contrails about maybe a month ago or something when we were streaming, and I did mention it on the stream as well. But I don't think we got too much of it for too long. Quite a bit. But for yeah, we're just getting the tail of the Qantas plane, nothing else for now at least. We happened to miss out Malaysian Airlines as well as LATAM as they just departed. Had we to be about maybe 15 minutes earlier, we would have caught them. But that's okay, alrighty, all good, no stress with that. Hey AvGeek, yeah, all up to you, mates. VHX4A, like I've said many times, I think we may have seen it, we may have got it on the stream, but yeah, all up to you. If you want to do it, please go ahead, do it. Yeah, you know, we can't stop you for whatever reason, so yeah, you're free to do whatever. So yeah, put it up, let us see, we'll get to enjoy it as well. I think we missed one of the takeoffs out there. Yeah, we are too zoomed in, so that's the thing. We'll have a look at it. As you all can see, nothing around yet. Slow start to the day. Yeah, we were quite busy in the morning as well. Having said that, it was a bit rainy too, so even there's not much that we could do. No stress, mates. No stress, AvGeek. Whatever you're up to, have a good one. And yeah, hope to see you in the next stream whenever we stream.
Part 3, part 5, okay.
See you in the next stream whenever we stream.
Available, Qantas 527. Qantas 527, not right now. 527, thanks. Qantas 7583, Alpha cross runway 25. Taxi holding point Alpha 6, runway 3. On Alpha.
Woohoo! Nice one, right?
And Alpha, the holding point Alpha 6 for 3. Qantas 7583.
Yeah, that was nice. I wish they were on runway 34. It would have been so much better. We would have got a good view of it. That's all right. Can't be complaining. Yeah, we don't see anything coming in yet. I do have Sydney to Bangkok. QF 7583. Atlas A.
Oh, thanks very much.
The Boeing 747-400, that'll be fun. Yeah, AvGeek, yeah. I happened to see it whilst we were just setting up, and we were lucky enough to have almost finished setting up as they were taxiing past in front of us. But like I said, they were not on runway 34 left, so that did mean that we were not getting the best of the view as such. I think someone mentioned Atlas Air using Qantas Airways flight number. You can see that operated by Atlas on behalf of Qantas.
Request taxi. 11, taxi by Golf, hold short runway 25. Golf, Alpha, not runway 25, 00, join final runway 34, right cleared to the GLS approach. Right heading 300, join final runway.
I would say this is a good way to start the stream. Get a nice 747-400. But like I've always said, it's going to be a cargo version because we here in Australia, nowhere in Australia do we get a passenger variant of a 747-400. In fact, they're quite rare, and I've always mentioned it. Lufthansa has quite a bit of them. Yes, AvGeek? Because Qantas gave up on its 747s quite a long time ago, right? Whether it be the cargo variant or the passenger as such. Of course, we know the passenger one. When they did retire back in 2020 during COVID, it was quite emotional for all of us.
Yeah. 7583 heavy. Okay. Heading at 010, join Sun runway 34 left, there's the GLS approach. Takeoff close 7583.
Yeah, I don't think they had the cargo variant. Yeah, with the 747s, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Did I mention it? Yeah, if I mention apologies for that. Yeah, if I mentioned it, I'm not too sure what I said. But yeah, I think I may have said that they had a cargo variant or something. Yeah, I think I was talking more about the passenger variant because, 747-400s, I remember on the day when the 747-400 was retiring and it was the last Qantas's flight, right, on that day. And they were getting quite a lot of those live news for all of us, and there were people watching, there were people out here, Shep's Mound, and everyone was crazy, to watch that last one depart. Yeah, sad, but that is how things are, right? It's like in terms of fuel efficiency, and then of course we all know what happened during COVID, demand plummeted like anything. There was nothing that anyone could do. Good afternoon everyone, thanks for joining us.
Descent 4,000. Yeah, 4,000 is the highest, 775. Taxi control, I'm waiting for Kingsford.
Very nice. That was a wonderful departure for us, the first one of the day. And yes, this is it. I thought it wouldn't be too sunny, but then it's way too sunny. This is a bit too crazy for us. All right, no stress, AvGeek. I hope you have a good one, and here, like I said, get some nice footage of it, and hopefully you can post it, and we all can enjoy it too. So yeah, good luck. Go for it, mates.
When ready, contact tower 12015. When ready, 205, screw to 11. Tower today, Scooter 11. Ready. Scooter 11 heavy, tower today. 70 descend 2000.
Alrighty, we do have Scoot that is taxiing fast in front of us. Yeah, there you go, OFB, sorry, 9B. And once they depart, we will then be adjusting our camera because it seems we are getting a bit of shake. Probably the ground is a bit wet or something. And yeah, our tripod is shaking quite a bit. As you can see, we aren't getting the most stable footage as such. So once they take off, we will just be adjusting a bit. Won't be too long, maybe about a 5 to 7 minute difference as such. Yeah.
24-7, velocity 520, all the best. I'm on 775, maintain 210 knots, over here. 135.9, corner 7583. Drag, 27, 27 sitting on taxi, hold short runway 2. Taxi, hold short runway 35.
Wow, that's great to know, mates. over here we had a bit of rain this morning. It wasn't much, but yeah, it was enough to dampen the mood. However, please enjoy. I hope everything goes well for you, mates, and hope to see you another time when we do stream. Take care of yourself.
Link 113 Delta, turn right heading 310, join final runway 34 right from the heading grid independent visual approach. Right, 310, jump final off that heading, clean independent visual approach, 34 right, Link 113 Delta. Velocity 946, turn right heading 170. Right, heading 170, the 34 left inside, velocity 946.
Hey, Runway, hey. Hey, Runway, not too sure like how long we will be streaming because, as you know, we usually don't stream in the afternoon, but we were quite busy this morning and then, you know, the rain and stuff like that. So we just thought we'll come out here and stream a bit. But yeah, for the most part, I don't really think we are going to be too long. You very well know that we do those marathon streams. But having said that, we just started, I don't know what, like 20 minutes ago or something. And yeah, I don't think we should be here for too long. It just depends because, you know, the afternoon time, if we do get something special, we just got the 747. But yeah, nothing with self-promo as such. But as you can imagine, like I said, you know, I think a couple of streams ago when we did have, you know, these accounts coming in just self-promoting and then promoting other channels as well. And you know, it's not our thing to talk bad about any channel or what, because we can't really be bothered about all of that. But at the same time, it does really come as a negative light for us that, you know, we aren't really promoting anyone, we aren't talking bad about anyone. So yeah, when people come in out here and then they're like, oh, this channel is the best, that channel is the best and all. So what I meant to say with self-promotion the other day, and you know, I think I mentioned it on the other day as well. Mods did mention that let's just not talk about any of the channels, because what really happens is, you know, then there are the other people who come and be like, oh yeah, so you know, that channel is nice and this and that. I mean, fair enough, you know, aviation is not about a particular channel. Aviation is all about what we show on screen, right? Like what's happening at airports and stuff like that. So yeah, don't stress too much about self-promo. Yeah, all good, but yeah, good luck with the stream as well for you, mates. Hoping it's going to be a good one. Yeah, I don't really know what we are doing here, because as you can see, our visuals are a bit shaky today, and I think we have a bit of sand, wet sand out here on the ground. So we'll just have to maybe dust off a bit, because we are actually set up on the pavement, but yeah, a bit of wet sand, and that's why we're getting a bit of shake. There should be good.
Velocity 520, hello taxi, hold short runway 25.
That was nice, that was Scoot. Yeah, so having said that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining us. What we will do is we'll just be recalibrating our whole setup as such, because we want to see like what's happening. We are getting a bit of shake. Even as we pan around, we are getting a bit of shake, and I think we should have checked that earlier. It didn't really even feel that way, because, you know, usually we'll be checking the panning around and stuff like that, and it'll go all well. But yeah, for today seems to be a bit, I really think it's the wet sand that is causing this more than anything else. So yeah, let us see. It won't be too long before we get that done. Alright, we'll get it after this. Hainan Airlines 787. Hey, yeah, Runway. I don't really think you should be having any issues, you know, because we always end up having those issues with the internet. The internet seems to be quite good actually today, as you can see. We started off streaming in 4K, and then we lowered it down to 1080 just in case, but then I don't think we should have done that. But I think we'll leave it at such, because, you know, it's all good for us right now. So yeah. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will just adjust the tripod and stuff, and I think we'll come back in about 10 minutes, because, you know, we'll just recalibrate the whole thing. So thanks for joining us. Please stay tuned with us. Won't be too long.
cleared GLS runway 34 left approach. Send 3000.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We are back once again. Look at those comments. Ooh. Hey, Mark. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Hey, AvGeek. Cool, cool. No problem. Have a fun time and see you around. And Miss Aussie Thunder. Hello. Good afternoon, Miss Aussie Thunder. How are you doing? Hoping you're having a great start to Saturday, Miss Aussie Thunder. And memories, ABC presenting Bill and Ben, the flower pot men. I tell you, that is what exactly everything looks like today. But yeah, I'm glad we are streaming today, and just want to let all of you know we were there at Western Sydney International Airport yesterday. It's super wonderful. For the first time ever, I was out there and just clicked a bit of pictures, and we did not plan it at all. So we were supposed to be out here yesterday afternoon to stream, and what really happened is we just realized that maybe we'll be losing daylight pretty soon, so we might as well just drive to Western Sydney. Took us about an hour and 15 minutes from Rosebery, not too far, I would say. Perhaps maybe a bit too much when you do consider the time that it takes for us to reach out here to Mascot. Having said that, yeah, we just got whatever we could. We just filmed a bit here and there, and we posted it up on YouTube. Not the best of the quality, not the best of the planning as such, because it was all of a sudden. But I must say the roads, they're wonderful. M12, pretty smooth roads, very well. Everything's done up. The signage is wonderful. You're not going to get lost. And yeah, I went around the arrival side first, then the departures. Yeah, go have a look. It's a pretty short video. I believe 2.5 minutes long. So there's not really much to see as yet. But considering the fact that we were there almost around end of daylight time, there was, I would say it was not the best of the things that we could have got. But having said that, yeah, in the days and months to come, we will be going there again as well. So thank you very much all for joining us. I hope you all are having a great start to the weekend, Saturday. Woo! Yeah, let us see what we can get for today's action. Not very many planes as of now, but I'm pretty sure we'll be getting more of them as time passes. Singapore Airlines and stuff like that. So yeah, let us see.
Tasman 23 Heavy, taxi via toward Bravo 4. Report runway 34 left this time. Okay, Catherine 100 centigram, base 34, push back to Model 280.
Cancel Peace Literary Commander, climb Model 280, just 786.
Alright, getting an arrival. Let us capture them.
1577.
We haven't captured way too many, just Hainan Airlines, I believe, that we captured. But of course, to start off, we did get the Boeing 747, the military aircraft, Boeing 747 of Atlas Air. So that was a good one.
Runway 34 left, runway heading clear to independent, initial approach.
SA360, John Conwell, runway 34 left to the RPA, killing 206 Delta.
Star 514, contact tower 1.
Hey Francis, good afternoon. Nice to see you, Francis. Welcome back to the channel, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. It's a long time coming for us with this afternoon stream. I think the last time we streamed in the afternoon would have been back in January. I believe more so towards the Australia Day weekend or something. Yeah, been quite some time as such. Of course, that does not account for our streams from overseas, because when we are overseas we try getting whatever we can, the action as such. But yeah, for the most part this is what it is for today. Hope you're doing well, Francis, and having a great start to the weekend. Saturday, woohoo. We happened to get the Boeing 747 of Atlas Air as we captured the departure of Scoot TR-11 to Singapore Changi, and we also got the arrival of Hainan Airlines that came in from Haikou. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but if any of you know the best way to pronounce it, please correct me, and I would be glad to pronounce it correctly if I'm wrong. Yeah. Having said that, let us see how long we stream for today. Not much daylight as such. I do believe the sun is going to set about 14 minutes past 5. That does mean we do have about 3 hours, but not too sure, because if there's not much airplanes coming, everyone happens to get bored. But having said that, it should still be a good one for whatever, going to be a nice chill stream. But stay tuned with us. We will be streaming from outside the terminal of Western Sydney Airport pretty soon. Yeah. We don't really know what we can stream, and the very fact that you can't really be parking your car at the pickup point or the drop points. I asked the security whilst we were entering yesterday, and they were like, yeah, considering the fact that there's no one around, you would assume that you're allowed to park, but that is not what they're doing, because they are still in preparatory mode. So it's like you've got to treat it as if the airport is functioning, because when they do start off, you just have a 2-minute pickup and a drop at the curb, and it's very clearly mentioned, good signage out there. But yeah, having said that, the thing is, I'm not too sure how we will manage a live stream. Probably we can do something like we just did yesterday, whenever so often we would just drive a bit, about 100 meters or something, park a car, not turn off the engine, just leave it on, and just get whatever those images and videos that we could, and then we drive off again forward. So that is the thing. But let us see what works well on the day. Yeah, having said that, yesterday we were in quite a rush as well, because we left home at I think just before 3 or something. I can't really recollect, but by the time we reached, it was about 4:45 or something, and that did mean that we had to rush, because we were just trying to capture whatever we could in the daylight that we had. So yeah, that's how it is. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot more for us to capture, so let us see how that works.
Yeah, good day, 548.
514, continue inbound Bravo 4 to 54.
Bravo 4 to 548.
Midland, getting 206 Dodge, Chip. Remain 25. Bravo 4 and hold shoulder, remain 25. 139 Delta. Tasman 2, report ready with tower 120 dozen. Just our 166 Sydney Director 24 track mark.
Right, let us capture DHL. A nice colorful one for us. Nice and cute colorful one, I would say. Alright, Francis says, just had my dose of exercise, pitch black at the RAF base, government open day. Walked on board a C-130. Ooh, wow. Spanish Air Force Atlas A400M and an IF Voyager. Wow. Ah, Francis, I envy you. I envy you. I'm jealous of you. I would say that much. Yeah. How often do someone get a chance like that, right? Like, let alone for us out here in Sydney. It's next to impossible, but of course, you know, having a few shows here and there, but still it is a dream come true for anyone. And yeah, it would be anyone's dream as well to get such an experience. I'm pretty sure, Francis, you would have clicked a lot of pictures. How was the C-130 though? I don't ever think I would have seen an interior of a C-130 as far as I can recollect from all the documentaries and, you know, movies and things that I've seen. Of course, I wouldn't really pay too much attention or think that whatever I've seen in the movies are way too real, but I'm not too sure how much of it would that be. Yes, Francis, the hot dog. We also had one that just took off as we arrived out here, so there was no question that we would be able to get that one, because, you know, by the time we set up and all, it takes about another, let's say, 20-25 minutes. So yeah, having said that, you know, we set up, everything was fine, and then as we started the stream, we realized that we had a bit of soft sand below the tripod. So yeah, just got it recalibrated as such, and now we are fine. The tripod and the camera seem quite stable. Ah, okay. Francis says, yeah, no C-17 this year. Yeah, what can we do? Yeah, cool, but whatever it is.
A100 on Yankee, cross runway 5, taxi Juliet, holding point Alpha 6, runway 3. 10, join final runway 34, right from the heading, cleared independent, initial approach.
Flight 310, join final from that heading, clear the IBA through for right at 166.
Fueling 15-0, landing ground, A4.
Hey Jackie, hello. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you, and thanks for joining us today on this live stream, afternoon stream for today. Hoping we can keep you entertained. And have a great weekend, Jackie, wherever you're watching us from. Hoping you're going to have a wonderful, wonderful one with friends and family. Francis says the RAAF have ordered more C-130Js with upgraded avionics. It would be a dream once again. Francis, I would say I have not really paid much attention to the news in the recent past, but thanks for letting us know. But I do think that they would have ordered it a while ago, if I'm not wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Francis.
Also 8463, pushback approved.
Yeah, but having said that, I think, you know, any new plane is a celebration for all of us, and we would love to see them. Alright, we'll wait for Hot Dog to pick up, but let us get the seagulls. They haven't been featured on our channel for, I think, a little over 2 months, because the last time we streamed from here was a little over 2 months ago. And after that, you know, the runway changes and whatnot, almost all the time we would have preferred going to Shep's Mound as such. So pretty happy to come here today and get this action out for all of you.
Continue, cross runway 2, hold short of Charlie 1.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon all joining us on the channel today. Thank you very, very, very much. Appreciate your presence, appreciate your time. HJ23, Sydney to Hong Kong on the Boeing 767-300. Lovely.
5 knots, vacated the upwind end for that fiddling.
That was nice. Yeah, 2:07 at this very moment on 1st of August 2026. It is a Saturday. I was just about to say it's a Sunday, but yeah, it's a Saturday, and we will be getting a bit of those heavy departures. British Airways, Qatar Airways is flight VA1, that is Virgin Australia 1 to Doha, Qatar. We will also be having Sri Lankan Airlines that does arrive later in the day. Ooh, I didn't see this one. Cathay Pacific. They caught us off guard. Hello, Cathay Pacific.
Taxi via Golf. Over my 34 left. Taxi Golf. This is 041 Sydney ground, 84, pushback through. Turn right heading 310, join that on right from heading clear independent visual approach.
310 from that heading clear independent visual approach, straight for right, 121.
Lost gate 45, connect car 120.5.
0.5,
Ooh, Vietnam Airlines as well. Wow. I was talking about the heavies later, and I forgot about the heavies now. Vietnam Airlines. Yeah, this does happen with me quite many times, especially in the afternoon, because I don't know the afternoon schedule you know, on the tip of my tongue as such, just the way we know the morning schedules. This is not to say that I'm an expert or something, but I do believe all of you know it quite well too, considering the fact that we've been streaming for quite some time now, and everyone's so used to us watching all of those planes as such. Yeah, we wanted to come in a bit earlier as well, but then, you know, today seemed to be a more of a chill day, a relaxed day. But I'm glad that we are at least streaming, connecting with all of you, and thank you very much to each and every one of you for joining us on this live stream today.
Cross
runway 34 left, and on Charlie go short runway 25, CG 910, number 1.
CX100 Boeing 777-300ER, registered as BKPI, and the age of the aircraft 17 years old. September of 2008 is when it was manufactured.
Turn right heading 41 Delta.
Go through the whole Charlie. Hold for Charlie. Taxi to the bay.
Okay, got fine. Wait. Thanks. 47 Rocky 162.
1505, taxi hold short of Fox.
Be short of Foxtrot, killing 1505.
Okay, 224 Delta, give way to the... All accompany to base 7.
Company to base 7, killing 57.
PG 910 on Charlie, runway 25, taxi Bravo 10, short of Sierra.
Cross runway 25, taxi Bravo 10, hold short.
PG 910, and you can report ready with around Bravo 10, 124.7.
Melbourne to Sydney service VA 845 on finals.
41 Delta, heading 180, maintaining 2000.
Healing 41 Delta, Sydney director 2.
Let's capture them. And then we'll be getting the departure to Hong Kong on CX100, and then to Hanoi on Vietnam Airlines Airbus A350.
Chester 166 is Mendon, head on Lima to hold short of 34 left. 34 inside.
Killing 5 Delta with visual now, 3 for outside.
Killing 5 Delta.
100, line up, runway 34 left. Line up, runway 34 left. Say 100.
160.
Turn left heading 160, queuing 41 Delta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Very, very good afternoon to all joining us from anywhere and everywhere in the world. We have viewers joining us from all across the Northern American continent, that is Canada, USA, Mexico, from South America, Europe, India, Singapore, Japan, Vietnam, we can't forget. We do know we have a bit of our fans from China who use VPN and they would still love to watch us. You know, that's the dedication, and we really appreciate each and every one of you for taking that effort to join us out here on the live stream. And yeah, let us not forget our good old home crowd, the whole of Australia. It's never really possible without each and every one of you, like I always say.
I'll say 46 Sydney ground, 220 up your right side on Charlie, hold short of time.
Yeah, indeed, Francis. Yeah, I wish I could have shown you all the morning crowd as such, because I think the last time we did capture something like that was about a few months ago. But from Shep's Mound, we don't really get a view of this. But good for a change, regardless.
Class 440, there's a company going on to Bay 7 inside Bay 2, pushback approved. Pushback approved. Turning 300, please to approach runway 3 to the right. 21 knots, 10
Ooh, Fiji Airways. Hehe.
Connect the flashes. 21 I did. Vietnam 78, Y34 left, cleared for takeoff.
And then we do have Vietnam Airlines. We'll capture their takeoff roll. Hopefully they can give us the rotation that we need.
41 heavy,
if we are lucky enough, we should be getting it. Let us see.
Taxi by Alpha, hold short of
Alpha, Golf, 1 of 041.
I'll say 46, 25, double short Sierra. Give way to company outbound to Bay 10. Route.
By the company outbound, and then clear to Bay 10, 107. That's 8990, the wind 60 degrees, 5 knots, vacant. 147.
That was a nice one, and we'll get some landing action too. Jetstar. Yeah, I was just reading last night after visiting Western Sydney. So Jetstar is going to be having the first departure, I do believe, to the Gold Coast, if I'm not wrong. That is from Western Sydney on the opening day, 25th of October.
Connect departures.
Available 1,700, Vietnam 786.
Vietnam 786, climb by SID to 9,000.
By SID 9,000, Vietnam 786.
Cathay 100, climb by SID, flight level 280.
Climb by SID, flight level 280, and confirm cancel 110 below restriction.
Cathay 100, say again.
Confirm cancel the 110 below.
Do see Fiji Airways A350 making their way to runway 34 right. I was going to say 16 right, which is not even like half correct. Yeah, we aren't using 16s from morning today, just 34s.
041, across runway 25, taxi to hold it. 34 left.
Alpha cross runway 25, holding point runway 34 left, 1041.
Hold short, runway 34 left. Cross runway 25, taxi to hold it. Cross 132 on runway 25, cross runway 25 left, behind the console, still taking 1, Bay 63. 25, cross runway 34 left, behind. Okay, Golf 1 to base, cross the T162. Straight at 990, Sydney Golf and International 5.
Good afternoon all, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate each and every one of you out here today on the weekend, 1st of August 2026. What a great way to start the month of August with a live stream. Can't get any better than that. And does it even get better on a weekend? It doesn't. I mean, we wait for weekends. So thanks to all joining us.
41 Delta, thrust to wind 3, 2 degrees 5 knots, vacated. Runway 34 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 34 left, easy Fox, 41 Delta.
A330 fans, put your hands together for this one. There have been very many times we have received comments that people want to listen to the A330 engines. So I'll shut my mouth right now. Yeah, that's good. We will be getting its takeoff roll, and when they do start their takeoff roll from runway 34 left, I'm going to be quiet for the whole time. All right, thank you very much, Francis, for having joined us. Really always happy to see you around, and we do hope to see you again on our next live stream, Francis. But thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon. I do believe it is maybe 20 minutes past 12 for you. Have a wonderful one though. Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. Nothing gets better than that. Enjoy and have a wonderful time, Francis. Thank you.
25 Delta 25. Roger. 25 Delta.
Sydney Dracula. Delta vacating at Fox.
Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, we wish all of our viewers from the European continent a very good morning. We do know we have quite a lot of them. We have Richard, we have Dan, we have Richard Presser. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you all.
Delta, cross runway 25.
And we hope we can entertain you on this lovely Saturday morning out there in the European continent. Stay cool. I know I've had quite a lot of mates say that it's quite hot and humid out there. The same goes for Japan as well. So I do hope you all can stay nice and cool. Woo, look who is in the house. It is Haps. And okay, now it is Hapsy. Hello, Hapsy. Good afternoon. How are you doing, Hapsy? I was just talking about the summer and the hot and humid weather, and then you walked in out here into the room, Hapsy. And I would say it's pretty much the same out there in Japan as well, right? It's like so hot and humid. We had quite a lot of our friends telling us. I hope you're staying nice and cool, Hapsy. Not too long before the beer drinking and plane spotting season begins out there at Tokyo Haneda, the love of our life airport. Yeah, having said that, Hapsi, we did go to Western Sydney Airport, like I mentioned to you, and that's the video that we posted earlier today. And we do plan to go again. Let us see how we can get that live stream from outside the terminal, you know, because to go inside the terminal, it's going to be a totally different game changer for us later this year, which we will be doing it some way or the other. Let us see whether we go traveling or whether we just go passing our time, maybe one of the morning streams, night streams. Those are something that we would. But, you know, having said that, I do recollect we mentioned to Dino's Aviation when we were at Tokyo Narita that we would be going to Western Sydney Airport, and it was a long time coming because I think we mentioned it to quite a lot of others as well, and that would have been back in January. I do recollect our lovely viewer Jeff had asked us about it, and then we said yes, we will be going and we'll be streaming. So yeah, yesterday it was not something that we planned, but hopefully today. And yes, Hapsi, I am waiting for the tempura, and yeah, it's 15 degrees out here, not too cold. I'm still wearing my jacket, but not zipped up. I do believe by evening it's going to get a bit more colder. Having said that, stay tuned, all of you, for a lot of that aviation action that is going to be coming from your Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport or Western Sydney, that is Nancy Bird Walton Airport. So Western Sydney Airport, Sydney Airport, will be bringing all of that action to you in the coming months. Yeah, when we say the coming months, the next 2.5 months until the time that Western Sydney Airport does operate passenger aircraft, we will be going a couple of times. We'll be getting whatever pictures and stuff like that. You know, we are in talks with a few people from out there as well. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll get you whatever we can, and hoping we can keep you all entertained. Hey, Hapsi, having said that, if you do recollect, we mentioned that we will be getting the Vegemite emoji, which we haven't done. Apologies for that one. You know, we've been super busy because, like I mentioned, the last week we had traveled to Singapore Changi and we were back here in 24 hours. Yeah, and then during the week we were super busy. Oh, I was supposed to be quiet. I was supposed to be quiet for the A330 departure. And that didn't happen. I realized it way too late. But let's see. Hopefully we can get more of those A330s. If not, I'm pretty sure we are going to be getting it on one of our morning streams as such. So, yeah. 34 degrees Bay Area, the hellish heat has begun. Yeah, that is not too comfortable, I would say. Yeah, but Hapsi, thank you, and I'm glad that, you know, you're fine, Hapsi. I just read as well as heard about it on the news. We had it out here on Australian news. We had it on the US news, and of course the Japanese news that we watch with the earthquake. Yeah, very sad. Very sad to know the damage, you know, the emotional loss and things like that. Hopefully, you know, everyone gets the strength, courage and love that they deserve, and hoping the rebuilding efforts go well. Yeah, that's in Kumamoto, if I'm not wrong, and if that's the right way to pronounce it. But yeah, wishing all our Japanese viewers the strength, the courage, and sending a lot of love. Having said that, what's happening? You might be thinking you've got to wait for summer to go to the beach. Not really, no. No. They're having a good time on the weekend, and why not? You know, it's not really too cold at this very moment. 15 degrees, no wind, and it feels nice and good. So if that's something you want to do, go out there to the beach.
Pushback approved. Pushback approved. Full speedbird 1.
report ready with tower 120.
We do have a Boeing 747-8 coming in from Honolulu. We'll be capturing them shortly. 10 more minutes. That is UPS.
I can't hear anything.
It won't be too long. QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. That will be the first A380 on our live stream today. It's going to be fun, fun, fun.
6,000 and yeah, 34 there.
All right, I do see it with my eyes, the A380.
20 degrees, 5 knots, tail.
And here you go.
It's located Gulf from my Gulf,
What do you want? Bye-bye. Kilo 1505, theatre and
Woohoo! Look at that nose. I always love planes when they have this mismatched nose cone. I hope one of the planes during Christmas can have a red nose cone. That would be such a livery. That would be such a nice thing, like a red-nosed reindeer. It's a dream. Let us see if it does come true anytime. QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth service.
RC1533 request. Check. That's for wind. Say again. Okay, thank you. Quite 7 is quite variable. At the moment there's 5 knots to tailwind at the landing threshold. And up and in it's 4 knot wind. 1 knot ahead wind. Okay, 5, 1 pushback approved. Bound time, ready to. Tower Bravo, Tower Bravo, thank you.
And once again, I would like to extend my warm thanks to all of you, especially our members, Miss Aussie Thunder, for being our supersonic member for this long, quite a few months now. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your support. Haps, thank you very much for all your comments, all the lovely suggestions as well as advice. Really, thank you very much. Bean from Oz Planes, if you're around, thank you really very much. Really appreciate you always supporting the aviation streaming community here in Sydney. And we see a comment from Atanasia Shirley. That is my mother. Good afternoon, mother. All right, Hap says, as for Kumamoto, it's a regional city, so a lot of manpower support will be needed. Yes, indeed. That is true. And yeah, I did see that mall. Very sad what happened with that mall, as well as there were a couple of videos out there on Instagram where we saw when someone was driving and everything shaking, so the drivers just stopped in their tracks out there. I'm glad they all were safe, but for those who did get affected, and quite a lot of people have got affected, it's going to be tough for them. So yeah, once again, sending out a lot of love and courage to them. All right, QF7 Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth. That is going to be the first A380 departure over here on our stream for today. QF7.
Bay 32. I got off the 30.
I have no idea why they are so late today. If anyone has any news about it, please let us know. Usually QF7 is the one when we capture them towards the tail end of our morning live streams. Yeah. Right, Miss Aussie Thunder says, my pleasure, Sheldon. Thanks for great entertainment. Really appreciate it, Miss Aussie Thunder. Thank you. We hope we can keep improving. We hope we can bring a lot of that action to you not too long before we will be out there where we have to get some nice Asian action. And yeah, hopefully we can bring a lot of that action to you from Western Sydney Airport as well, as they do come closer to their opening date. 85 nights as we speak before they get to opening. Having said that, we will be going very many times to Western Sydney even before they open. So we'll be showing you the last minute preps and everything that we can. Hopefully everything goes well. Once again, thank you very much and good afternoon to all joining us from all across the world. Good afternoon, RC. Yes, it is a cloudy Saturday afternoon. We do have a bit of sunlight now, but as we were driving to the airport, it was cloudy, and at one point there were so many dark clouds. I was wondering whether we should just turn back, because we didn't plan to stream actually. It just like, we thought, okay, since we didn't do it in the morning, we might as well just come out here and see what we can get in terms of action. But I think we made the right choice. We got Atlas Air 747-400. We have UPS that will be arriving now, so hopefully everything goes well. All right, there you go, Eric. Good morning from Amsterdam, Holland. Good morning, Eric. How are you doing? Hoping you're having a great start to the weekend this Saturday morning. And what a great way to start with the A380 service out here to Dallas Fort Worth. Thank you very much, Eric, for joining us, and wishing you a great weekend. Stay cool, Eric. I have heard the whole European continent is baking with the heat of the sun, the summer heat. So I do hope you can stay nice and cool. Maybe have an ice cream or two. Woohoo! A380 service to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, the United States of America. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Qantas, for giving us that action. That is Port Botany. Hopefully someday we can stream from out there as well. It's a bit of a challenge to stream from out there, because now don't get me wrong, it's not that the network is bad, the internet connectivity is bad, but you don't really get those speeds that you usually would end up getting elsewhere. So yeah, that is one of the challenges. But having said that, that does not mean we will never really stream from there. We will of course do it in the coming months or so. Yeah, what do we have? Nothing. We don't really see anything. Oh, I think we may have spotted the 747 if I'm not wrong. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, there you go. Let us see. 747-8 of UPS. Let me check the age of the aircraft. How old is it? Oh no, just 8 years old. April of 2018. Not too old, I would say, in terms of aircraft age. Just 8 years. I think another 30 years is what it will have its life as a freighter. Not too sure if UPS will use it for the whole 30 years, but pretty sure if they don't, there will be some or the other operator that gets a good hold of them. But having said that, we would love to see more of those 747-8s flying to Sydney for quite some time in the future.
22, follow British Airways. Yeah, go. Alpha, short runway 25.
And Alpha, short runway 25.
Miles more than US 34 left, and runway is in sight, Kingsford coordinate.
And turn right heading 040, cancel speed.
Right heading 040, cancel speed, 139. Zero Whiskey Lima, Charlie, cross runway 25, then Bravo 10 to hold short of C.
Won't be too long before we get them out here.
Charlie 10.
Yeah, waiting for the 747. Capturing a 747 is always iconic. It's like you're capturing history in this present moment, because we all know what the future is of a 747 right now. Yeah, the passenger variants are different. The 747-400 won't stay too long. Lufthansa is flying them, and they plan to retire them pretty soon. And the 747-8s will be around for, let's say, another 15 to 18 years at least, I would say. I'm not too sure if Lufthansa would fly them for even much more longer. They are one of the largest operators of the 747-8 passenger variant. We do hope to capture them with their 100-year anniversary livery in the near future. Of course, not here in Australia, but we hope to get that. But having said that, the 747-8 freighters as well will be in operation for quite some time. But as their numbers dwindle, that does mean that we have less time and less opportunities to see them around. Yeah, but you know, such is life. We can't really do much, and that is the very reason why we try enjoying and celebrating each and every A380 departure and arrival that we get. And I think we mentioned it about 10 days ago when we streamed on one Thursday morning that we will be celebrating Qantas's A380 every time we see them, and we just celebrated one of their departures right now. It was wonderful. But you know, because Qantas did mention that they will be retiring and scrapping their A380s in the early 2030s, which is not too far from now. We are already in the second half of 2026, so we have a whole 3 years, 27, 28 and 29, but starting 2030, maybe one by one they'll just be out and about. So let us see how that works. Hopefully we can get to see some of those A380s coming into Western Sydney, but you know, that may be just a wish, because we can wish for very many things, but it also depends on the demand. Will we be able to fill up an A380 regularly from Western Sydney in the next 3 years? Only time will tell. Now, this is not to say that we aren't too positive on that, because Western Sydney is a wonderful airport. From what I've seen yesterday, it was my first time, and I would say it's going to be a pretty good one. Okay, now what do? We have a Boeing 787 Dreamliner of British Airways, and on the other side there is the 747. But of course, you know, we've got to go for the 747 because the 787s will be around until I get old, I believe, because the 787 is still in production. Wow. Hey, Haps. Hello. Hello once again. Wow. What's that though? Is that a chicken and a star? Like, what would that mean? I really don't go. Sydney, 17 degrees. Yes, 17 degrees. I'm glad I'm in the shade, so I don't really need to use sunscreen. And that's the 747 for us. 747-8 of UPS coming in from Honolulu.
Thai 472, report ready with 20.5.
Ready, Midtown 120.5 for 72.
Let's pan around the 787 BA16 to London Heathrow via Singapore Changi International Airport.
Hi, can I speak to Decimal 0?
45 Decimal 0 for Steph, as always today.
Yeah, I think they're quite busy compared to what I would have thought. I always used to think that morning is busy, which in fact it is, but morning is busy with a lot of those arrivals and departures. Departures more likely towards the late morning is when the departure peaks as such. Of course, we do have departures throughout the day. But yeah, I was expecting it to be much more quieter. I have seen it being pretty quiet on some days, but not today, I would say. Today seems to be okay.
Must be 001, Sydney Ground Bay 5. Thanks for your help. We've contact Brisbane Centre 132.35.
88, push back approach Singapore, 222 Super. Ground UBS is cleared. Foxtrot for Alpha. Parking space currently.
34 Sydney ground, turn right on Alpha to Bay 5 Alpha.
5 Alpha. UBS.
Oh, Hap says, apparently there's an unusually high temperature around the Las Vegas airport. Ah, I think it's peak summer, that's why, right? Or is it one of those heat waves? Because I do know the US suffers from quite a lot of heat waves, just like how Japan would have some. And, you know, I think we had 3 days of heat wave earlier this year. That is back in January, if I'm not wrong, around the Australia day-long weekend. Yeah, I do believe it was somewhere around that time. So not too sure, but I do believe that would have been the case. Yeah. Alright, that is Thai Airways for us.
International 3 to 33.
So nice to see them as well. We'll be getting their nice departure, and then British Airways out there on runway 34.
Good afternoon, time 782, we are fully ready.
Number 2 heavy Sydney test.
Alright, 2 heavy departures, Boeing 787-900 Dreamliner off from British Airways. We see them right around the corner.
Take off, 3-4 left.
Oh, 740 Sydney test.
125 in hotel.
Oh, is that a penguin?
144,
Is that a penguin, Haps? It looks cute though, I would say. Yeah, Haps is enviable. I won't deny it, Haps. Totally agree. Alrighty, British Airways for us.
Like 220, listen to ground bay 8, push back through.
Killing 25 Delta.
The wind's 200.
Done with that, and now ready for the next.
Wind in, it's
Thai Airways.
Runway 3 left.
It's around 3-4 minutes. 740.
Thai Airways for the win.
016, connect to passes.
Hey Haps, did you say the A350? The British Airways one was 787. The one that we see on screen for Thai Airways, that's the A350. So I think you were mentioning about Thai Airways. Yeah, having said that, QF740 that we see on screen, Boeing 737-800. And let's capture them. Get some nice touchdown. Come on, smoke the wheels for us.
Qantas 5, can I go ahead and gears, like, accompany into the bay?
Ever so slightly it could be seen. I think if you don't really pay much attention, you won't even be able to see that. But yeah, you've really got to keep your eyes peeled for small aircraft like a 737 smoking the wheels from that far, considering the fact that we are too far from the touchdown point. If you actually measure it on maps, we are about 1.2 3 to 1.7 kilometers away, just depending on where exactly the touchdown point is, based on different aircraft and speeds, time of the day, as well as the winds. So yeah, considering all of that, it's going to be quite a thing. All right, let us get ready for that heavy action. A350 of Thai Airways, nice and beautiful.
Let me know when you're ready.
TG472 Sydney to Bangkok service. Right, let's get going.
Sorry, just that one.
Thank you, Haps. Haps, we promise you, we'll be getting the Vegemite emoji tonight, and then we will be posting it on our community posts as well, so you're going to get a good look at it. That was nice yet again. Woohoo! All right. What else do we have? We just have Port Botany. We don't really see planes anywhere at this very moment. So let me pan around from as far as we can see. So this is it. That's our lovely ATC tower. We usually stream from there. And yeah, I think in the coming days and weeks, we will be streaming from there as well. But as we pan around, you can see not a single aircraft on the runway. But yeah, we'll just pan around fast because we want to capture that engine up there. Where is it? Yeah, here you go. And good afternoon to all joining us on the live stream today. We wish you all a lovely weekend. Engine number 5.
Just star 112 to running 250, runway 34 right inside.
Try and get 250 and runway 34 inside, just 112.
Star 112. 39, goodbye to a dash outbound.
QF448 coming in from Melbourne on the 737-800. Can you see them? Yep, there you go. Pretty tiny in the sky.
Star 460, taxi, runway 25, the whole short Sierra.
Trust 25, hold short Sierra, just
Velocity 001, number 14 on your left, taxi Alpha, cross 25, holding point Alpha 6, 34 left. All right, from the heading cleared independent visual approach.
Trying 310 from the heading cleared independent visual approach, 34 right, just 112.
Feeling 1262, contact tower 120.5. 0.5, 1262.
Holding on parking on 10, boarding for the nose and go.
740, roger, advice going on, thank you.
Go, corner 740.
Feeling 1260, anytime. Feeling 2, Delta, follow Jetstar, hold to 25.
hold the Jetstar, hold 5, Ken 225, Delta.
Okay, what should we do? I think we'll just look at the control tower for now, the ATC tower, because we have no planes whatsoever.
For 222, hold short runway 25.
48, be a short delay getting onto the apron, so vacate onto Bravo 1. Around now.
Bravo 1, run now, clock. Thank you. Okay, cross runway 25 and taxi on Alpha, runway 34 left, 6, Singapore 222 super.
225 Delta, cross runway 25, point Bravo 10, runway 34 left. Cross runway 25, holding point Bravo 10, 34 left, 225 Delta. So 40, thank you.
48.
448 sitting ground, Bravo 1, 2, 2.
Right. I think we'll just have to focus our attention on the arriving aircraft because there's not many departures at this very moment, I would say. But yeah, we do have Qatar Airways and all coming up. So we will be capturing them as they taxi. Oh, hold on. Here you go. We were just speaking about them. And here you are.
Singapore 222, Lima Tower 120.5.
Tower 115. Land quarter 39 and Delta taxi clearance.
739, taxi is one short of copy.
Taxi hold short golf quarter. 9
Hey Nguyen, hello. Hello Nguyen. How are you? Nice to see you yet again on our live stream. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, Nguyen, and having a great start to the weekend. Saturday, and great start to August, I would say. It just come to my mind. I've been mentioning it all this way while that we are on the 1st of August, and yeah, glad to know everything's going well for us. Hoping everything's well for you as well. Singapore Airlines SQ222 departure 2:54 p.m. at this very moment. In just a little over 2 months from now, they will be departing an hour late at 4 o'clock because that matches the time as they arrive locally the same time. This is for the very fact that we go an hour ahead out here in the eastern side of Australia.
Heading left 230, runway 3. Left 230, runway 34 left. Take off Kilo 225 Delta.
Good afternoon, Singapore.
222 super, Sneaker.
Qantas 5.
Taxi Alpha, so holding plane Alpha 6, 34 left.
Alpha at hold point, Alpha 6, 34 left, Qantas 5.
739, cross runway 5, so hold short of Bravo 10.
Hey, Hepsi, yes, that's the Qantas's test aircraft Project Sunrise, 24 hours and 24 minutes as they departed Melbourne and went onwards through the east side. They didn't fly west, they flew east over the United States, and so it was quite a thing to see them. But lovely record, 24 hours and 24 minutes. That does instill quite a lot of confidence in not only Airbus, not only Qantas, but very many people who would love to take a direct flight but would be skeptical about how much of this additional fuel or reserve fuel the plane would have in case of an emergency, like let's say the winds, you're having a bit of headwind or maybe diversions and things like that. I think it instills a lot of confidence in each and every one of us, and at the same time we don't really expect the flight to be 24 hours and that long, 24 minutes as we saw on the test aircraft. But of course, they were trying to test all of their equipment as well as get to know how the aircraft performs. So it's good to see that. I think for the most part, when Sydney to London does get launched next year, October, they will still be flying west, but certain times of the year, especially when you have favorable winds, Qantas will prefer flying towards the east, just like how that ultra long aircraft did the other day. So yes, I did see them breaking the record. It's quite an accomplishment. Really happy to see that aviation is progressing so much, and then eventually, the like how Qantas says, the final frontier with a direct flight from Sydney to London and Sydney to New York. That will be possible. Nothing gets any better than that. Qatar Airways flying as Virgin Australia 1 VA1 to Doha, Qatar. 14.5-hour flight, I would say. Hello, good afternoon, Kimi. How are you, Kimi? Hoping everything's well with you. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you're having a great start to the Saturday. Hoping you're going to have a great time, Kimi. Rest well, and yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to be going out to the salon, getting your nails done, and wishing you all the very best. Thank you very much, Kimi. Really happy to see you out here. That is Qatar Airways flying as Virgin Australia 1 VA1 to Doha, Qatar. Oh, okay, we don't get the rotation, and I think we would have expected it regardless, because they will be very heavy with fuel, they'll be very heavy with passengers, luggage. It is a dream come true if they ever rotate that early. Yes, Haps, that is so true. Australia is like, at one end of the earth, and it's isolated from most of the other countries. You see, if we fly east, we've got to go to New Zealand, which is just around the corner, about 3 hours, I would say. But anything else, of course, Fiji and all, they're still closed. But you go to one of the major countries, America, you will be looking at 14.5 hours flight to Los Angeles, about 17 hours to Dallas-Fort Worth in Texas, and you can't really fly any more east in the United States because we don't have the aircraft as yet. But then when we do get the A350-1000 ULR, that is when they will able to fly to New York directly. And likewise, we cannot fly directly from Sydney to London, but we do have a direct flight of Qantas from Rome to Perth, and Perth to Rome, vice versa. So, because Perth is quite it's like, I don't know, I can't really recollect the exact kilometer count. I do recollect, but it's quite a bit. I think more than 2,000 kilometers west of Sydney, so that does help quite a bit. Yeah, having said that, we are excited to see all of that action coming in next year, so stay tuned with us. We hopefully can bring you a lot of that entertainment, and thank you very much, Haps, once again. Good afternoon to all joining us on the live stream today. How is everyone doing? Hoping you all are doing well. This is the 1st of August 2026, 3:01 p.m. here in Sydney. We are awaiting the departure of Singapore Airlines SQ222 to Singapore Changi International Airport. They will arrive Singapore Changi at Terminal 3.
60957, pushback.
Alrighty, the temperature has gone down to 15 degrees and it's blowing ever so slightly. It feels a bit cold. I think I may get out my gloves and wear them shortly. But before that, let us just get the awesome action of Singapore Airlines. Hey, Super Dad. Hello. Welcome back, Super Dad. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you, mates. Thank you very much for joining us. Super Dad says, Sheldon, we can fly direct from Auckland to New York. And yeah, that is true, Super Dad. I have seen those flights. They are super awesome. You know, I would love to do that someday if we had the time. But yeah, what you say is absolutely spot on and true that, yeah, you all can fly from Auckland to New York. That's why Air New Zealand are not looking at any A350-1000 ULRs. Yes, that is right. Super Dad, I don't believe that it would make any difference to New Zealand with getting the A350-1000s, right? Because, you know, geography plays a big role in this because, you know, New Zealand is about 3 hours east of Sydney. That does mean that you don't really have that much of kilometers. Let's say I think about another 2,500 kilometers, and New Zealand uses that many kilometers to fly even much more east in the United States. So yeah, it's a wonderful one actually to see them, you know, Auckland to New York. I do believe Qantas also flies, like, you know, from Sydney to Auckland and then Auckland to New York or something that way. I don't know whether that's Auckland or Christchurch, or if I'm mistaken. Yeah, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that would have been Auckland for Qantas as well. But yeah, having said that, I haven't really paid much attention to that route of Qantas from Auckland or something to the United States. I've not paid attention because, you know, most of the attention these days, and I think in the last few months, has just been about Qantas's aircraft to London and New York on the A350-1000 ULR. But yeah, good to know that, Super Dad. Thank you very much. Yeah, let us see what else happens. Okay, we have Rabbit of the Future. Hello, Rabbit of the Future. Good afternoon from Sydney's International Airport. How are you doing, Rabbit of the Future? Hoping you're well and having a great start to the weekend and a great start through August. Okay. Thanks for confirming, Super Dad. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Super Dad has confirmed that for us, that Qantas does fly from Sydney to Auckland and then onwards to New York City. Thank you, Super Dad. And once again, Super Dad, really appreciate you joining us, sharing all of the information that you have, and you know, it really helps a lot of us because, you know, I have learned quite a bit of aviation, not only myself but from the live streams. You know, there'll be quite a lot of things that I do not know, and we'll have a lot of our viewers, you know, share with us, and it would come to us as a surprise. So I'm pretty sure the fact that you mentioned that New Zealand will not go for the A350-1000s does make sense. And you know, if you would have paid attention to quite a lot of these aviation blogs in the recent past, you would have seen a lot of people talking about other airlines now wanting to get the A350-1000 ULRs. And yeah, rightly so. It is confirmed that Lufthansa did approach Airbus as well as a few other European carriers, but you know, Airbus has to deliver the first 12 A350-1000 ULRs to Qantas before they commit to, you know, delivering to any other airline. But of course, you know, there's no other orders, I believe. But having said that, yeah, Super Dad, please keep all the information coming. It's always good to share it, and this aviation community really appreciates it. Thank you.
Qantas 453, runway 25, hold short Sierra.
AvGeek, so I watch DJ's clips, etc. Wow, that's nice. I tell you, you have a good choice. I would say that is all I would say. Super Dad, yeah, indeed, they are like super wonderful. So thanks. And yes, we all do, right? Because for us, aviation is love. That is what we thrive on. That is what we do. That is what we think of. We keep watching Flight Radar all the time when we are at home, when we are not at the airport, far away from the airport. That is what we do. And in fact, we switch on our scanner as well at times just to get a listen of what's happening. Yeah, it's like, you know, when you listen to that flight conversations from the ATC and all, you wish you would be able to see something at the airport, but it's not always possible. But having said that, with aviation, yeah, we are the geeks as such. Hey Jonathan, good morning, good afternoon. How are you doing, Jonathan? Thanks for joining us once again.
Delta 609, hold short golf.
Service to Perth on the 787-9. Yeah, they were just rotating.
173, turn left heading 360, intercept the runway 34 left, localize.
Left heading 360, okay, establish the localizer runway 349, air channel 173.
Hey James, hello. How are you doing, James? Thanks for joining us, James, on this live stream. Really appreciate it. Stay tuned with us. We will be bringing more of the action in the coming months. This is Qantas A380 yet again. Woohoo!
Please drop the 10 cross runway, may expect.
That's one. Take Sierra 120.
Glad to know, James, that you're doing well. Thank you, and sit back and enjoy the stream. Thank you very much for joining us, James, once again. We hope we can keep you entertained. Hoping we don't disappoint. Yeah, like I said, we are always striving to improve, and hopefully we can keep you happy. Oh, James, you're watching us from New Zealand. That's nice. Yeah, New Zealand, not too far. We are neighbors. We love you. And yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully someday we can stream from New Zealand as well. I think the other day someone asked us about whether we would love to stream from Christchurch, and our answer was if we get the time, because it's like we plan to do quite a lot of things, but then we don't really get the time as such. But yeah, thank you very much, James. Really appreciate you joining us from New Zealand. Thank you. Hey Gyro, hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Gyro, for joining us. Alright, it's getting a bit dark. I hope it doesn't rain. Alright, Super Dad says that 787 will be the first leg of a trip direct to Paris or London. Oh yeah, the one that we saw moving to Perth, right? Yeah. You are right, Super Dad. That is true.
Tower air temperature heavy. Establish the localizer runway.
Yeah, China 173, Sydney Town, continue approach.
China 173.
Hey, rabbit of the future. That is a very hard question, mates. That is a very hard question. But a rabbit of the future, if I have to answer honestly, I'll give you my reasons first, and then I'll let you know. But I tell you, it is very hard. But in the most humblest sense possible, I'll be answering you that. So you know very well that we are here based in Sydney. We love Sydney Airport. That's why we come here about every other weekend, whenever we are available, when time permits and stuff like that. We love to see the aviation out here in Sydney. So I would say yes, we love Sydney. It's our home airport and stuff like that. Melbourne is something we want to do, but we haven't done it. But having said that, traveling to Melbourne would always be a bit of a thing for us, because we are based here in Sydney. But yeah, it's like for the experience, for the change, yes, we would love it. Now, having said that, I want to do it at Christchurch, because we do have Sydney to Christchurch service on EK412, that is Emirates. I have always wondered whether I would ever able to travel on that flight, because that flight comes in from Dubai and then onwards to Christchurch via Sydney. So that is something that I want to do. Now, having said that, I want to do it on a flight, like, travel on the flight, but at the same time, I also want to capture it arriving out there. Because, earlier this year in summer, what we did is we captured the EK412 flight coming into Sydney. We captured it departing around 9 o'clock something. And then we captured it that very same evening as it arrived from Christchurch back here. And then, yeah, we didn't capture it departing to Dubai because it was quite late. But having said that, I would say I love to see a lot of that aviation action in the United States. I have filmed from Los Angeles. I have not streamed from Los Angeles. I would love to stream from Los Angeles, from San Francisco. I have been mentioning San Francisco very many times. We, in fact, promised our viewers that we would be streaming from San Francisco in August. That is this year, this month, right now. But, earlier this year, the Middle East war and stuff like that happened. So, yeah, we got caught out with those high ticket prices, and sadly, we gave up on it. So that's not something we are going to be doing anytime soon. But Dallas-Fort Worth is something that I want to do. Tokyo Narita, we've done it. We would love to do it again. Tokyo Haneda, I tell you, that is the favorite for now. For the very fact that Tokyo Haneda gets all of that action from United States, from Europe, from Australia, New Zealand, most of your continental Europe, most of continental United States, Canada. So, I want to be out there because it's a very busy place. So I would say Tokyo Haneda for the very reason. Of course, we were there at Tokyo Haneda earlier this year as well, and we are going to be going to Tokyo Haneda pretty soon, later this year, if time permits and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, when I say time permits, time, we will be going there anyway. But yeah, having said that, what I'm trying to say is that Tokyo, you have a lot of the different variety of aircraft. Over here we see China Airlines coming in with their A350, with their A330, China Southern coming in with their A350. But at Tokyo, you see a lot of different aircraft. When Qantas used to lease the A330s of Finnair, that is what we used to see out here, right? But at Tokyo, you see the A350s. At Tokyo Haneda, you see the Boeing 747 of Lufthansa, their 747-8s. They even get their 100-year anniversary livery there. All Nippon Airways, the Japanese carrier, they have their Pokemon 2 special liveries. They have their sustainable livery. The sustainable livery, we spotted it earlier this year, but they were way too far. They were on the other side of the terminal, so we didn't really get a good view. So hopefully we can get it the next time we are around there. So yeah, having said that, comparing all of those places, I would love to have Tokyo Haneda for the very fact that, it's more of a melting point as such. And yeah, at the second place, I would put in Dubai International Airport. Now, having said that, please don't get me wrong. And, some people may get upset that I may rank Dubai second, but that's not the case. The reason why I rank Dubai second is because you get a lot of aircraft, but then Dubai, you don't really have too many of those good viewpoints that we do have here in Australia, or perhaps New Zealand, the United States, or even Japan. In Dubai, the city is quite a bit filled with all of those high rises. So getting a good view could be a challenge. But apart from that, no, nothing else. So yeah, I would say Tokyo and Dubai. QF1 A380 VHOQC to Singapore Changi, and yes, Haps, that was it. That was the A380. Thanks for that A380 love. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. But yeah, Rabbit, having said that, with the utmost humility, that is what I say, that I would love to stream from Tokyo Haneda any day, any night, as well as I would really love to be at Dubai as well. Having said that, in Los Angeles, it's quite iconic. I think most of us have seen planes arrive and depart on runway 24 center, 24 right at Los Angeles, which is at Westchester Point, just outside In-N-Out Burger. And that is the very same place that we filmed last year. And in fact, our aviation journey on YouTube started off with those videos. We posted just a couple of videos. I think we posted LH454, the Boeing 747-8 that came in from Munich. It just flew above our head. We just filmed it, and we did film Emirates coming in and quite a lot of other aircraft. And I think people went crazy. They loved to see that. And then we thought, okay, we might as well just try a bit out here in Sydney, and everyone happened to enjoy it. And then And I think rest is history. That's how we came. I mean, of course, we loved aviation quite a bit, but we never really had the outlet to share as such. But then I thought through the love that we got in the United States, we'll just try sharing some of that aviation action, and that is what we exactly do right now.
Runway 25, velocity 49.
December on 133.
Alright, Hapsy says Raja takeoff. What is Raja takeoff? Like, could you please let me know, Haps? Like, what exactly that is? I really didn't get it. Oh, Rabbit of the Future says that is definitely an iconic spot. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Rabbit of the Future, indeed. Actually, I clicked a bit of selfies as well out there. Usually, I'm not a fan of selfies, but for the very fact that, you know, I have always seen it on TV, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, people going and filming videos out there. At Westchester Point outside In-N-Out Burger, and for the very fact that we could do it last year, it was a dream come true for us. You know, it's nothing less than a dream. You know, people may look at aviation saying, oh, all planes are same, that's just another point to view planes and such, but only the AvGeeks know how much you would want to be at a certain iconic place, and you know that gives us the feels, and that is what makes us happy. Having said that, Rabbit of the Future, look at that. Rabbit of the Future says a very in-depth answer. You're a fantastic conversationalist. No mates, but yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, the thing is, you know, Rabbit of the Future, I've always mentioned it even on our previous live streams. I've said it that we want to stream from a lot of places. In fact, we want to stream, like I mentioned, Melbourne. We want to stream from Perth. Of course, you know, Perth, we haven't given it a thought, to be very honest. We haven't given it a deep thought where we'll be like, oh, okay, this is the planning that needs to go in and all. But yeah, for Melbourne, we've thought very many times, but you know, eventually nothing really works out because we do have a day job and stuff like that, so it becomes a bit hard. But having said that, we do hope that we can capture a lot of action. But stay tuned, Rabbit of the Future, we will be getting the action from my favorite airport, like I said. How loud was that? I really had to shut my mouth just because it was that loud. Alright, we do have some container ships out there. I think they are arriving into Port Botany.
606 ground.
Get Rex. Ooh, let us check the weather. Hopefully it doesn't rain. Don't want it to be raining at this time of the day. Yeah, we don't really see rain on the weather, but that is not to say if it does not say it won't be raining. There have been times, and I think just 2 weeks ago when it was meant to be a very nice and sunny day, and we set up and then we got wet in the rain. Of course, it rained for I think about an hour and a half, and we ended up wasting quite a bit of time. But you know, that's part and parcel of aviation streaming. You don't always get the best of the weather days, and this has happened to us in Tokyo as well. The last day when we were supposed to wake up early and film, there was snow and sleet, and the observation deck itself was closed. How bad could that be? But yeah, as a consolation, what we got in return is, as we traveled to Tokyo Narita later that day, we were lucky to get a hotel room which had an airport view, and we streamed right from the comfort of a hotel room. How good could that be? And after that, the very next morning, we spot an A380 with the flying orange turtle livery of all Nippon Airways. That was another stream for us. So, you know, We thought we were done and dusted with the streams, but no, we got more streams. It made us quite happy. Okay, that is good old ATC tower. Hey Gerald, hello Gerald. Good evening, good morning. What could that be? I think it's night time in Brazil. So yeah, wishing you all a great night out there in Brazil. Thank you very much, Gerald, for joining us at this time of the day. Usually we are not streaming at around this time of the day, but it's not as bad. Not as bad. We thought it would be like pretty quiet, but it's not as quiet as we thought. But yeah, not as busy as morning.
Shep 516 City, okay, wind 140 degrees, 6 knots, wind runway 34 left, clear to land.
Runway 34 left, clear to land, and 5.
Alright, Rabbit of the Future says, I really enjoy SK Airplanes footage of venues.
GPS 151, maintain 1.
Is it?
7 mile final.
180 knots to 7 mile final. We'll
That's nice though, I would say. Rabbit of the Future. Yeah. Whilst we are chatting, I'm just looking around and I don't see a single plane. Oh, okay, cool. A bit of them emerging from behind the clouds. Where are they? There you are. Cool.
Taxi, hold short, runway 25.
Getting some more action now.
G'day, taxi, hold short, runway 25, Rex 62.
Small 7.
124.7, UPS 151, good day.
Center 125, decimal 0.
250, corner 453.
E3, track to Peksu, climb to flight level 180.
Track Peksu, flight level 180, Rex 6673.
Look at how dark it is.
Bravo 2 Bravo, hold short Bravo 4.
Love that comment, Haps.
Yeah,
it's like every time, Roger. I'm going to be pinning that one. Come on, let us pin Haps's comment.
Cross runway 25, hold short Bravo 4.
Cross runway 25, hold short Bravo 2. South 516.
Yeah, they made a bit of noise. They made a bit of noise too. Okay, as we are waiting for a few aircraft, let us see.
Feeling 42 Delta.
Yeah, we have quite a lot of these cars out here, but it's still not as busy because if you look here, all of these spaces are free. Maybe people will come in later in the day. Oh, we have some drops falling on us. Is that going to be the end of our live stream today? I do believe so.
Delta, number 1 opposite direction, taxi Bravo, Charlie, hold short, runway 25.
Number 1, 4, Charlie, hold short 25, 50 short.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if it does start raining, which I think it is drizzling right now, if it turns into rain, that'll be the end of the live stream for us, and hopefully we can talk to you all on another live stream. But yeah, thank you very much everyone for joining us. Hey Jeff, hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. How are you, Jeff? Hoping you've been well. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you joining, Jeff. Jeff, we were at Western Sydney Airport yesterday. We did not stream from Western Sydney. We just filmed a bit here and there. It wasn't a planned thing as such. We just thought we'll, last minute change and stuff like that. So yeah, we just went, captured just a bit here and there, a few bits and pieces with pictures, videos, and we posted one on our channel. Go have a look if you would love to, but we will be going there quite many times before Western Sydney eventually operates passenger planes from out there. Yeah, having said that, Jeff, thank you for joining us once again. Wishing you a great August and a great weekend. Alright, we have a comment from Kimmy. Kimmy says, hi Sheldon, have you captured a Cebu Pacific or Philippine Airlines flight that just landed at Sydney Airport? Kimmy, the thing is, Philippine Airlines and Cebu Pacific, they arrive early in the morning. When I say early in the morning, let's say somewhere around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and then Philippine Airlines does depart as PR212 from Sydney just after about 10:30 a.m. in the morning. And yes, we have captured them very many times. We have captured both Cebu Pacific on their A330-900s as well as Philippine Airlines on their A330-300. In fact, Philippine Airlines got their A350 to Sydney once in the month of February. Sadly, I wasn't prepared for it. I did not know they were coming in, else I would have really got some awesome shots. But yeah, for the most part, Philippine Airlines and Cebu Pacific are part of our live streams, our morning live streams. Cebu Pacific and Philippine Airlines are like a staple. They are always there. We never really miss them out. And in fact, we don't really miss out quite a lot of airlines in the morning. For those of you who are here in Sydney and everyone else as well, I do believe that quite a lot of us know that Sydney Airport is crazy busy in the morning. And yes, Kimmy, that is the time we do capture Philippine Airlines and Cebu Pacific. If that is something you would love to watch on our live stream, I would love to invite you for one of our morning live streams, and you would see them. You would see the awesome, lovely livery of Cebu Pacific, nice and yellow on their A330-900s. But thank you Kimmy for asking. We hope we can satisfy you on our next morning live stream. Alright, Jeff says yam dreaming livery coming in Sydney Airport in 42 minutes. Woohoo! Okay, thanks for letting us know, Jeff. Yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't rain. I'll cross my toes as well so that it doesn't even drizzle, because I don't really want the show to end today, because if it's the yam dreaming livery, we want it. We've already captured a 747, two A380s. Here we got UPS again. In fact, two 747s, one departing, one arriving. And yeah, I got those two A380s, and then we want Singapore Airlines A350 going to capture their arrival. We won't be capturing their departure because I don't believe we will be here until that late. But at the same time, we also want to capture the arrival of Etihad on their A350-1000. So yeah, quite a lot of that action. But if we do end up with rain, it is going to be a disappointment for us. And yeah, we are getting that drizzle on us. But let us see. Like I say, the weather is something we cannot control, and yeah, all up to what happens.
You on Bravo, Runway 25.
Qantas 979, City Tower.
Killing 42 Delta, assign heading left 290, runway 34 left clear.
Sign heading left 290, 34 left clear, take off, 42 Delta.
Right, I do see a dash 8, so let us pan around. Where's the dash 8? Oh, there you go.
Yes, 151, 5, runway 25, hold short. 4 left.
Yeah, Jeff, I'm glad. Everything's well with you. Thank you very much. And yes, hopefully we can get the YAM Dreaming livery out here. As you can see, it's quite dark. Yeah, the clouds are making it like super dark.
Just 1104, extend, check that.
But on that side, we can see those nice clouds with sunlight being reflected off. Let's see, maybe these are just passing clouds, won't be too long. Hopefully they'll just pass without the rain. We don't want the rain.
Corner 533.
119. Killing 42 Delta, just go.
Surprise, connection. Airfield set, climb 7000, killing 42 Delta.
Killing 30. Heads up, we'll need that 36, 1.1,
Four Delta, no problem, there's 2 ahead of you anyway. Arrival 3-4 right, so you got plenty of time.
That works well, thanks, killing 3-4.
Hey Jeff, I have really no idea why that would have happened. So maybe less demand or something, or maybe some technical difficulty, and then they would have just bought in a 787. That is what I'm guessing, but I could totally be wrong. You know, I could not be further away from the truth. But if someone with any knowledge of the matter knows about it, yeah, please let us know. Yeah, with QF7, Jeff, had you to join us a little bit earlier. You know, we spotted QF7 today on the afternoon stream. Usually QF7 is part of our morning stream, and they depart during the tail end of our live streams. But yeah, today QF7 was quite late. That's one of the A380s that we captured. So, you know, QF7 and then QF1 to Singapore Changi, those were the two A380s of Qantas that we happened to capture. Should have been only one, but QF7 was quite delayed. Not too sure if it was technical issues or something, but yeah, it could be very many other reasons as well. So it's only someone who knows for sure what really happened is then you know, they can comment and let us know about it. Alright, Kimmy says, oh, I see, the airlines I mentioned only have morning arrivals. Thank you for letting me know. Sheldon, I guess I'll have to tune into your live stream earlier next time. Yeah, yes, please, Kimmy. So, you know, Kimmy, what we usually do is we usually film in the morning, we usually stream in the morning. But now that is not a fixed thing. Like, you know, you see today we are out here in the afternoon. We didn't really plan it as such, but you know, for us streaming from the airport, we do plan quite a bit, but it never really works out as such. So what we try doing is sometimes we will be getting the morning stream, sometimes the afternoon ones. Evening and all, not so much, because by evening we are super busy, super tired and stuff like that. But for the most part, what we try doing is, you know, sometimes get any specific action, or maybe if there's any special aircraft or something, then we'll try getting them as well. But yeah, for the most part, like today, I don't think there's anything special.
That blocky?
Ah, no, all good, no problem. Yeah, so yeah, we just had one of the viewers. I think they just parked their bike, so they were being very kind enough to ask us whether they're blocking us. And yeah, it seems to be all good. Alright, Jeff says they used the 100-year anniversary livery to fly to Dallas. Not too sure if they were just trying to maybe promote or something. I really have no idea. No, I could, like I said, I could be totally off with my predictions. But yeah, for the most part, if they did fly, like you said, they flew the 100-year anniversary livery, I would be quite happy with them for doing that, because if they're flying the 100-year anniversary livery on a day when they had to fly the A380, then yes, of course, people will be excited. They'll be like, oh, we don't want to fly on the 787, but yeah, we'll just do it because it's a special livery aircraft, somewhat like that. Yeah, of course, I think I would do that, and I think quite a lot of others would have done that as well for a special livery. But yeah, you never really know. Could be technical, could be whatever other reason, or maybe could just be that there's the flight wasn't even half full or something that way, that it didn't warrant a A380.
Malaysia 620.
Yes, Kimmy, sorry. So Kimmy, we were having a chat with you, and Kimmy, like I said, usually we try streaming in the morning, but we are all over the place out here in Sydney or anywhere else where we go, because like I said, we are always more about aviation than anything else. So it's like whatever best we can get. Maybe sometimes special livery aircraft. Sometimes there are special livery aircraft and we don't even bother coming to the airport, like American Airlines flagship livery. When it did arrive back in the month of June, the first weekend of June, we didn't bother coming out, even though we knew it was coming in. And then another weekend when it did come out, we were like totally fine. We just thought, yeah, when it does arrive, we'll be capturing it, and that's what we did. So I think sometimes it just works out well for all of us. But yeah, having said that, it's all about aviation. Hey Jeff, no, I have never streamed from Melbourne, never ever. And I was just talking to Rabbit of the Future earlier, and I told Rabbit of the Future the same thing, that we would love to stream from Melbourne, but that is not something that we have done. And for the very fact that we plan to do a lot of things and then it doesn't work out. In fact, I do remember, Jeff, because oh yes, Jeff, the Qantas A350-900 ULR, that was such a wonderful one, right? We saw it arriving, we saw it departing, and then what a world record, 24 hours, 24 minutes, wonderful one. And we spoke about that earlier as well before you would come on the stream. So what we were saying is, with the A350-1000, for them to have that 24-hour and 24-minute flight, it brings a lot of confidence to a lot of people, because everyone was like, okay, fine, we know there's a 20,000 liter additional fuel tank at the back of the fuselage on that A350-1000 ULR, so that it can make its journey from Sydney to London and Sydney to New York. And that is fine, but most people were worried about what if there's an emergency, what if there's a diversion. Would there be enough fuel? Would there be enough reserve fuel for, let's say, a go-around, or maybe two go-arounds? Sometimes two go-arounds are pretty normal in very bad weather. And for the very fact that Sydney to London is not going to take as long, even if you fly the way they flew towards the east over United States and all, you're still going to look at a flight time of a maximum time of about 22 hours or a little over 22. So 24 hours and 24 minutes is still an additional 2 hours difference. So yeah, it brings a lot of confidence. I'm pretty sure Airbus and Qantas are quite happy with that record. Of course, they weren't chasing the record as such, but it's good to have. But I do believe that they were chasing to see what best can be possible with the flights, and to see that they had that amount of reserve fuel and things could work well. That is a really wonderful thing to happen. So let us see. Yeah, but hopefully we get to see those planes coming in on their delivery flight to Sydney next year, April, and when they do depart on their first flight to London next year, October, and soon after they'll be flying off to New York, hopefully the next year itself. Yeah, we were supposed to get those A350-1000 ULRs this year, but we all know with aviation and with all the supply constraints, Airbus and Boeing, they have quite a bit of delays. But yeah, finally to see them getting ready with their A350-1000 ULRs, then to also see the Boeing 777X almost getting ready and certified for flying, and they should be getting delivered to Qantas next year. Ooh, look at that. The runway changes it. Maybe all of them. Let us see. We'll be getting more of it. Yeah, if that's the case,
Right up, yeah.
runway 16L has been used, as we can see right in front of our eyes.
FedEx 16 Heavy, Sydney Tower, good day, wind 150, 6 knots, runway 165.
And we will be getting all of those runway 16 departures now. So it's good. It's good we got a mix of both. Alright, FedEx coming in from Guangzhou on their Boeing 777-200. That's a 15-year-old aircraft, August of 2010. Okay. What else do we have coming in as heavies in the next few minutes? I don't really see much, but we do have a bit of departures. Malaysia Airlines cargo, we saw them arriving when we arrived out here, so we'll get that. Ooh, UPS is already ready. They're 747-8. We captured them arriving later today. Okay, let us get ready. Let us get ready for more of that action.
Around tower 1247, good day.
247, it's 415, good day.
Give way to the Malaysian 330. You'll taxi shortly to Alpha 1 and approve tails out.
Give way to Malaysia behind and push back approved tail 7535.
Going 164 Delta, push back through.
Gene push approved, going 164 Delta.
Alright, we can hear FedEx. We will be able to see them shortly out here on screen. Alrighty, see them there. Cool, they'll be on screen now. There you are.
Flight 620, the holding point Alpha 1, runway 16 right.
Holding point Alpha 1,
Station 6208, when ready, tower on 120.845.
The good thing of streaming from here, from this spot, when runway 16 is being used, is when the aircraft turn, we get a very good view of them and their engines. Yeah, it's just not the most ideal conditions because it's so cloudy. As you can see, it's so very dark. But on a nice sunny day, you get a very good view. Thumbnail worthy. But for now, that is all good.
Link 24 Delta, clear direct to Canberra, climb to 9,000.
Clear direct to Canberra, climb to 9,000, Link 24 Delta.
I don't see that.
Push back through.
Good evening, FedEx.
joining Alpha, 8.
Yeah.
FedEx 6040 ground taxi
Just
by
increase
Alpha.
the brightness ever so slightly
Alpha to hold.
so that we can get a good view of whatever's happening. But yeah, they have a pretty long, I think I would say almost the whole of runway 34 is what they have to taxi to the cargo terminal. So it's going to be a long one for them.
Double 20 good great Alpha 1.
220 heavy steep down. Just a 580 in the wind, 120 degree knots, runway 16 right, little end.
165, just 580.
Hey Andrew, hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Andrew says, my favorite 777 FedEx, and yes indeed, I'm glad we can capture it for you, Andrew. Thank you. That is FedEx that is coming from Guangzhou.
Cool, request taxi.
Joint 164 Delta, taxi, hold short, rock side.
Taxi, runway 25, getting 164 Delta.
Line up for me, 165.
Line up runway 1.
For 596, hold short, runway 25.
City ground, g'day, just 518 Golf, correct space.
Just a 518, 25, hold short of Bravo 3.
5 short of Bravo 3, just
8, runway 16 right, clear for next.
runway 1.
Nice. Very nice. That FedEx got a lot of screen time considering the fact that they had such a long taxi, and in fact they're going to taxi even much more because they aren't even, I think they're just about the halfway mark of runway 34, so they have got to taxi quite a bit.
Holding point Bravo 1, runway 16 left.
Runway 25, taxi, holding point 10, runway 16 left. Or Delta.
Alright, we are getting Malaysia Airlines cargo, that is mass cargo, Sydney to Kuala Lumpur on the A330-200 freighter. We saw them when we arrived the airport today, but yeah, we were still in our car, we were driving as we were coming down the ramp, so there was literally no way we would be able to capture them. But at least I'm glad we can capture them departing out of Sydney.
Just a 518, just 173 southbound on Charlie, taxi 5.
We almost missed that departure of mass cargo, but I'm glad we still had it. Let us look at what else do we get.
number 1 tail 1205, good day.
Yeah, UPS Boeing 747-8, they haven't really pushed back. I think they're just squawking, but they haven't pushed back, so it may take a while for them.
16 down.
10, 6 left.
Cross runway 2. Putting point Bravo 10, runway 16, 26.
Red Oscar, push back and through, full clear. Tango Turbine Golf, hold short from 4 left. FedEx 6040, taxi to Bay 3.
Bay 3, 4.
G'day.
13235, I lost the last 20 hours.
Nothing out there.
Golf,
Airbus 20.
I think we'll now reduce the brightness and leave it at the original because we end up losing a bit of detail. So yeah, even though it's a bit dark, we'll just leave it as such.
Red Oscar is clear.
Red Oscar.
It's 7535, but taxi received on.
35, taxi holding point Alpha 1, runway 1 right.
Taxi holding point, runway 16 right, Qantas 75.
Let us have a look at that cloud cover. I think those are the last few nice
556 today, cross runway 25, taxi.
semi-white clouds, I would say. Not even nice and white, but for the most part, I think the clouds are just passing by because we did have a bit of drizzle, but no more. And yeah, fingers crossed it stays that way.
5, 6 minutes from.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Sydney Airways.
Green Tango at Golf 16 right, so via Bravo 4 and Charlie 2 today. 39, cross runway 25, taxi Charlie, holding point Bravo 10, runway 1 left.
Runway 25, Charlie Bravo 10, runway 16 left,
8 Oscar, taxi, hold short of 64 for run-ups.
Once again, I don't see any action at all, but
Towing onto Bravo, then taxi to 38.
only time will tell. We do have quite a lot of those heavies coming. Not quite a lot, but yeah, we do have them coming. We have the Boeing 777 coming in from Auckland. Auckland. Yeah, it sounded more like Auckland, so it would have been New Zealand. But we do have that, so yeah, you will get another heavy arrival.
77, turn left heading 190.
Alright, Qantas Freight, Sydney to Shanghai on the A330-200. Converted from a passenger to a cargo variant. We'll be having them out here departing to Shanghai. Hey Andrew, yes, the other FedEx, I just saw that one coming in from Auckland. So won't be too long. Yeah, 5 minutes. Hopefully we'll get a good view of them. Let us see how much ahead do they go. Do they have a pretty long taxi, just like how the previous one had? The previous one had a super long one. Usually I only end up seeing Emirates coming in from Dubai. Most of the time they end up going that far forward when runway 16 is being used. Yeah, but having said that, it's not a given, right? It's not a fixed thing. It all depends on very many things. Braking power, thrust reversers.
Departures from 18844.
All departures on 18844, please.
Charlie, hold short, remain 25.
Delta information, go first taxi.
Showing 449 Delta, holding point Bravo 2, runway 16 right.
Taxi holding point Bravo 2, 16 right, 49 Delta.
Right, let us just track that helicopter where it's off to. And they're usually around there, so we should be just getting it all across. Yeah, so you see them turning, and then they'll just be around the corner.
Bravo 10, 6 left. On Charlie, cross A25, taxi holding point Bravo, runway 16 left, take Paris.
All right, let us get that FedEx for you, Andrew, once again. Yeah, this one looks like a baby FedEx. Okay, they've done quite well. Slowed down quite a bit, right?
FedEx 77, ground 1 is 6 days so far.
Yeah, it's gotten slightly brighter, you all can see it. Not as dark as it was the last 40-45 minutes. And yeah, hopefully the cloud cover goes away. But even if it goes away, we aren't too far away from sunset. Yeah, it's like we aren't too far away from sunset. Just 1 hour and another 11 minutes before we end up getting that sunset. But yeah, let's have a look at FedEx.
D164 Sydney. Delta aside heading right 210, runway 16 right away.
All right, Hap says, oh, that made me laugh as well. But yeah, what do I do? It's like, you know, there's so many funny things happening and it's all a joke sometimes, but yeah. I tell you, Haps, another country that we go to is going to make us laugh even much more. But yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Haps. Really appreciate your presence though, regardless. And Andrew, no worries. Always happy to bring these FedExes out here. And in fact, you know, we are happy to capture them because usually when we stream in the morning, we don't really end up getting that many FedEx or UPS aircraft coming in. For the very fact that, you know, this is their scheduled time. So yeah, we are lucky enough to capture it today, and I'm glad that you were able to enjoy it. Thank you very much, Andrew. Hoping we can capture more of it for you in the coming months, especially with the very fact that we go into daylight savings pretty soon, in about 2 months from now, and then we'll be having more daylight, which means if we ever stream in the afternoon to evening, we'll be having a lot more of those cargo aircraft for you. So yeah, stay tuned, and thank you very much, Andrew. Really appreciate it, and we are glad that we could entertain you with those FedEx 777s. All right, there you go. Haps has sent us one Sydney Airways gift membership. Thank you very much, Haps. Really appreciate it, Haps. Thank you. And congrats to Noob Worries on your gift membership from Haps. We hope we can keep you entertained, Noob. Blue Skies Yamagata. Hello, I'm Japanese and I use Google Translate, so there might be some strange occurrences, but thank you for your understanding. Thank you very much, Blue Sky Yamagata. Thank you very much for joining us, and I totally understand. It's totally fine, because even when we are in Japan at Tokyo Haneda Airport, we usually use Google Translate to translate the titles for us. So yeah, thank you very much. And in fact, we will be in Japan in the near future as well. So thank you so very much, Blue Sky Yamagata, for joining us, and we are glad that we can keep you entertained. Thank you.
2 going from 1 Alpha. Front off to the left and report. Try to cross correct and report please.
Doing 30, just 60. Delay. Runway 60, just 520.
Copy 1, Bangladesh taxi, Alpha hold short runway 2.
That is Virgin Australia from Queenstown. We are behaving like a big heavy.
Just 60.
21 Sydney ground is approved, disconnect point. And now increase the corner push off 4 tail south on the chart, just obstruct. Copter 461, just for your ground, start pushing off 49 behind. Velocity 164 Alpha, runway 25, Golf International, after 53.
Oh, now, let's see, 5, Golf, 2. 53, 164.
Red Oscar, thanks.
1 information, Golf, grid taxi.
61 Charlie and Bravo 2, holding point Bravo 2, runway 1.
Okay, having said that, we do have Melbourne to Sydney that's arrived, JQ 520 on the A321. I don't believe we may be able to see them because they may turn off quite early, but in the rare occurrence, if we do get them, we will capture it right away.
Kuwait Virgin inbound at 53, we're at 123.
Okay, I did see the tail from behind the bushes. Yeah, there you see. That does mean we aren't getting them because we'll be turning off the taxiway out there.
25.
So short runway 25,
Just outside of 21. With your push, can you just push far enough, please?
Right, Sydney to Queenstown from Terminal 1, they are departing QF 123. They will be pushing back. Not too sure which runway they'll be using though. I do believe 16 hour would be the best in terms of time savings, as well as fuel savings. If they end up going to runway 16L, you just have a longer taxi time. Right, QF 92 coming in from Nomiya will be arriving on runway 16L. So, yep, let us see if we can capture them. They'll be pretty tiny, but we'll capture them regardless.
10, push approved, corner spot 40.
Corner 461. 16 right, cleared for takeoff. A330, Sky Transport.
QF43, Sydney to Denpasar are squawking now. Airbus A330-300. Yeah, maybe this time we can listen to the engine sounds.
Sky Transport.
That is it. I'm not too sure if we are going to be getting any more. Oh, Sydney to Melbourne, QF461. We'll just capture them. I was going to talk about heavy departures and arrivals. Right in the air livery.
That's 461, connect the passage. Nine 23 still on, see?
Qantas 923, once it's left inside.
Qantas 923, reclean under pin of visual approach 16 left, call the tower 124.87, g'day.
DIVA 16 left, tower 1247, Qantas 923. Airbus 9000, runway 16 in the CLX. Qantas 540 to 2.
Qantas 540 taxi and hold short golf.
Delta for the Golf.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very good afternoon to all joining us on the live stream today here at Sydney Airways. Hope you all are having a great start to the weekend. Port to Sydney has arrived. We'll just capture them on screen. It'll be a wonderful one. And there you go, the 787-9. Finally, glad to capture it. Hey Jeff, are you still around? If you're still around, here you go. Thanks for letting us know about the Yen Dreaming livery. We had not checked on this one.
Sydney ground, today taxi on to Bravo, and on Bravo, hold runway 25. Hold short runway
103 heavy, receive golf, request
43, taxi Alpha, holding point up, runway 16 right.
Alpha 1, runway 16 right, contact.
City Grand G'day, taxi Alpha, hold short runway 25. Alpha, hold short runway 25. Runway 16 right, please. Yes, 60.
That's 7180, final runway 16 left, independent visual approach. Sky Transporting. Qantas 464, turn right, heading 010.
And that is a wonderful Yam Dreaming livery VHZND of Qantas that has come in from Perth QF6. Very nice. Nice to have them around. I've spotted them after quite some time. Maybe we were just not lucky enough to capture them because a couple of times we thought they would be coming in here to Sydney, but then they would have ended up in Melbourne.
Cluster E2 on 25, then Golf hold short, runway 16 right.
That's runway 25, Golf hold short, runway 16 right. Qantas 90.
Qantas 03, Tower 120, day 45.
QF43 Sydney to Denpasar has begun its taxi to runway 16 right. We will be able to see the A330-800 departing soon.
Qantas 123, Golf, press taxi, section Golf.
Qantas 123, taxi on Golf hold short, Alpha.
Golf hold short, Alpha, Qantas 23.
Velocity 80 meter. Just about to need to line up from A16.
Right, Alpha International 3 to 31.
Runway 16 right, Alpha International 3, Qantas 90. Airbus A380-800,
Just on 6 right City, taxi, cross runway 2, up to 49.
runway to gate 49, just right. 123, still planning the average.
Qantas 123, thanks. Got to be at the full length, so I'll take you down there as well. 821 descending 6,000.
Just our 821 direct to g'day, descend to 5,000.
10 5,000, just 821. Just on 037, ground 56, your push approved.
56, just under 37.
123, tower is
Into the dark clouds. Look at that contrast. We have nice white clouds on the lower half of the screen and the dark clouds up there. But yeah, I'm glad it didn't rain, and hopefully it doesn't rain till we end up finishing.
Qantas 043, line up, 16 right.
Line up 16 right, 043.
Cross 44 meter. Turn right 10 degrees and set 16 left, both guys are further decent for you, short.
turn right 10 degrees and set 16 left, both guys, 821.
G'day, Qantas 923, bay 1.
Qantas 923, Sydney ground, g'day, taxi and hold short runway 2.
Okay, hold short runway 2, 923.
Qantas 53, Sydney ground, g'day, taxi hold short.
Run full tower now, 124 day, 7, g'day.
247, velocity 650 knots, g'day.
Ground on 533, shoot golf.
533 and hold short runway 25.
Delta 25 on 533.
853, cross runway 25. Give way to company, coming in, resting 2, and then taxi.
25, give way to company out of Doctor, 40, For pressure wind 0 degrees, 6 knots from there. On 043, connect to Battles.
043, get it. Taxi, current contact, correct.
Cross 120, line up from a 16.
Right,
Flight 10 degrees, intercept 16 west, 5 Shep.
That is Port Botany. They seem to be nice and free today. But when they are busy, they could get super busy. But for now, nothing out there.
Roger, toes approved. Hangar 245, full clear. Corner 3.
Good afternoon all, good afternoon. Thank you once again for joining us. Hope you all are doing well. Okay, that's a thick cloud cover, I would say. Look at that.
14 grand, good day, taxi, cross runway 2, that's bay 9. Too fast, about 44. Gold, Lima, Sydney Grand 1, your push is approved.
Another wonderful takeoff, very nice. Oh, these seagulls, they are creating a havoc over here.
G'day. 547 21, g'day.
They make all the noise and then they just vanish.
Got Lima, Tothom 2, Hot Golf. Quad 651, Sydney ground, give way to company, passing behind the bay, then bay 4, push up. There is traffic also inbound to bay 9.
Wait, come down to bay 1,
Corners 4, you may see traffic commence up bay 4.
Sydney ground, g'day, Scott Transport to bay 94.
Scott Transport, taxi on standard charge.
Let us capture Singapore Airlines, we're waiting for them. The A350.
She's showing off, yes.
Ground Singapore 241, good afternoon, this is Alpha 4.
Singapore 241, good afternoon, taxi on Alpha, Yes, and Yankee, hold runway 25, 59.
Juliet, Yankee, got runway 25 and 359, yep, 241.
Taco on Charlie, enter runway 25, so hold short runway 16 right.
On Charlie, enter runway 25 to the right, runway 3 for left, taco lever.
What a beautiful A350 of Singapore Airlines. Sometimes I think just a regular standard livery works just quite well. And Singapore Airlines, we know for the most part, they just have regular liveries, not anything special. Another one is Cathay Pacific. We've had quite a lot of our viewers tell us that Cathay Pacific in its standard livery itself looks so wonderful. This is not to say that their 80th anniversary livery does not look good. Of course, you know, that's a totally different level for celebrations. Considering Cathay Pacific is going to be 80 years old next month, I do believe it's September. But having said that, yeah, sometimes, you know, standard liveries, they do have a wonderful feel, and Singapore Airlines, Cathay Pacific, they have a good one.
On Charlie, cross runway 25, go. GLS runway 16 right.
Anyone to this final full, GLS 165.
Singapore 21 on Yankee, cross runway 25, then via Golf to 59. You are number 1 to a Virgin 737 up taxi on the runway.
Copy that.
Taking where the hotel's going changes. Remove the rest to the increased bird. The wind variable 5 knots, smack tailwind 3 knots, temperature 15, hotels, the weather.
241, thanks.
Dragon A, corner 742, E10.
Corner 742, Dragon A, cross runway 25, hold short, Charlie 1.
25, hold short, Charlie 1, corner 42.
Golf Lima, give Singapore there at Yankee, continue via the right, vacate Golf 1 for 53.
Hey, where to Singapore?
This GLS.
Golf
651, taxi to the hotspot, runway 2.
That was a long takeoff roll, and rightly so, because they are going to Denpasar. So yeah, they'll be pretty full with fuel and luggage and passengers as well, because I'm sure they would have had some great deals for flights to Denpasar, Bali. As we all know, Sydney to Denpasar is a very popular route amongst family, business people, as well as leisure travelers. So it goes without saying that they would need a pretty long takeoff roll, and that's what they exactly did.
742, give way to company.
75, climb via SID, flight level 140.
By the SID flight 140, just 37.
One of the company is taxi the bay, Connor.
We'll take Charlie 1.
742.
Queenstown to Sydney on the Airbus A320 of Air New Zealand is just around the corner. Let us see if we can capture that one. I do believe we should be able to. Hopefully they don't turn around earlier.
Lima Golf, Sydney, taxi, Golf 4, hold short runway 25.
Taxi Golf 4, hold 25, Lima Golf.
Oh yeah, hey Lena, hello, welcome to the stream. Lena says Jetstar Denpasar is sort of like a hub for them too. Flights to many Aussie cities as well as even Singapore. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Lena. That is true, right? Because quite a lot of those services from like anywhere in Australia to Denpasar, it's quite a thing. I mean, like, you know, unofficially you could say that it's like another Australian port away from home, like an airport away from home, that sort of thing. But yeah, with due respect to each and everyone and to all territories and, you know, countries as such, yeah, it's a pretty huge market, just like you said. So yeah, good to know that. Thank you, Lena. And Lena, hoping you're doing well. Thank you for joining us on the stream today, and thanks for your comment. Lena, we were at Western Sydney yesterday. It's my first time and it was wonderful. We didn't plan, so because we didn't plan, you know, we didn't really click pictures or capture any videos as such. Of course, we were not streaming. We just wanted to have a look at the terminal building and the parking spots and all. Now, considering the fact that cargo operations have already begun and, you know, they are in their last phases of preparation, it was good actually. But yeah, we ended up reaching there around 4:45 p.m., which means there was not much time for us to look around, but yet we tried doing whatever we could. It's going to be a wonderful experience, and we do plan to go there a few times, or maybe quite many times, before the 25th of October.
Right, if you prefer to fly. Thanks, that's 3000, we'll take back 122. 122, change your runway 161. Change your runway, I'll take back 122.
Wow, lucky us, we get Air New Zealand. We were just a bit worried that they would end up taxiing right across behind the bushes, but yeah, good enough. No complaints.
40. Trick out of maintain flight 140, just 037. 54.
New Zealand Sydney Ground, g'day, taxi Alpha, hold short runway 5.
Taxi Alpha, hold short 25, 231.
Right about 38 minutes before we have sunset, and we are not sure if we would be continuing. Let us see. We didn't plan to stay this long actually in the first place. Another 10 minutes out and we should be getting the A350-1000 of Etihad coming in from Abu Dhabi. Yeah, it's going to be nice to capture them. We always love capturing the A350-1000s. We did film it, but I'm not too sure if we've already posted it on our channel because there's quite a bit of those videos that's pending for us to even edit and push it out. Yeah, having said that, Qatar Airways, we will be getting their Formula 1 livery. Won't be too long, I think another 20 minutes odd. And that will be nice, considering the fact that we will be soon having sunset. So it's not the best of the visuals in terms of us getting that dark cloud cover. But as long as it's before sunset, it's still going to make a massive difference.
Runway 25, then Shep to 56. Just give it a company on the apron, I'm towing off to disconnect 1. 37, understand 26,000.
Cross 537, g'day, descends to 410. It's cleared direct to Tonic. And attempt the 16 left, final course.
Then 4,000, direct to Tonic, attempt the 16 left, final course, Tonic 567.
QF 122 from Queenstown on finals. Still a bit of time. Let us check how long for them. They are just about near East Ride, so yeah, 2 more minutes.
Plus 122, the wind 0 degrees, 6 knots. Runway 16 right. Runway 16 right, good. 651.
Catching a cold, I believe. Apologies. Excuse me. Yeah. Anyway, Abu Dhabi to Sydney service, just flying over Auburn and should go over Blacktown, Rouse Hill, and yeah, turn across St. Albans, and then they should be around. It won't be too long.
South 523 information. Please taxi Bravo 4.
23, taxi Bravo 4, Bravo to holding point Bravo 3, room 6 right.
Bravo 4, Bravo 3, 5, thanks. That's up.
Let us pan around to see. Well, there's no plane, and that is what I'm panning around to show you all. There's not a single one. It's pretty light at this time of the day, but that is just the calm before the evening departure storm. We'll be having quite a lot of those departures in the evening.
Chapter 460, cross runway 25, boarding point Bravo 1, runway 16 there.
Alright, Queenstown service on the Boeing 737 just arrived.
122, taxiway right and around 1 station offer. Ground 122 here. Good evening, Qantas 12337.
22 Grand Gate, taxi Alpha, hold short runway 25.
Sorry, Alpha and hold short 25. Qantas 741, ready? Now we are 741. Qantas 741, a 16 right, clear for takeoff. Runway 16 right, clear for takeoff, Qantas 7, thank you. Qantas 122, there. Cross runway 2, Golf.
Alright, I think I need to zip up my jacket because it feels a bit colder now. But still, good enough. Not like the early mornings. QF741 on runway 16 right, Boeing 737-800 off Qantas.
040 X-ray, thanks, and normal speed. Runway 16 right. Qantas 741, connect message.
Departure, see you, Qantas 741. Lima Golf ground. Ground right. Fox 11. Lima Golf, Roger. Runway, vacate Delta to Fox 11. Bye, bye-bye.
125, goodbye, Tiger 9, over 5. Today, this is A905, Heavy Tablet Van, delivering 161.
Heavy and Dine, Romeo 5, Heavy, Sydney Tower.
Sydney Tower, good day, Jetstar 5, 3 minutes.
Just 523, Sydney. Romeo 16 right, clear for takeoff.
Yep, thanks, Jetstar 523.
Right, it's pretty silent. Not much happening, but at least as we see the runways, the last bit of daylight shining on those rocks. Yeah, but we are here just for Qatar Airways, and we do have the retro livery as well, but not too sure if we'll stay until that time. We'll have to wait and see. Nice. The nice golden light.
2 knots, Runway 16,
Yeah, it should have been much more better. But we won't complain, you know. At least it did not rain and spoiled the show for us. And that means quite a lot. Yeah, having said that, let us get ready for Qatar Airways. Let's also get ready for Etihad, no special livery, but it's an A350-1000 Qatar Airways Boeing 777-300ER with Formula 1 livery, and that will be wonderful to see. Wow, I like this. Nice dreamy sort of looks. It makes it look nice and pleasant, I would say.
Bravo, Sydney ground, toes approved, to report clear.
All clear, Duckwire Bravo.
Alrighty, here you go for the star. We just spoke about them and we have them.
Nada, Romeo 5, take contact ground 126.5.
To the range 165 degrees, had a 9 Romeo 5.
Hey, Mick, hello. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us on the stream. Mick, we are streaming from the beach. So you just type in, if you're using Google Maps or Apple Maps, regardless whatever you're using. If you haven't been to this place before, yeah, just type the plane spotting beach. It's by the base of the old ATC tower. Yeah, just type in the plane spotting beach either on Google Maps or Apple Maps, and you'll get the directions right out here. Yeah, so we are at the base of the old ATC tower. We used to stream quite a bit from this place earlier, but then I think the last 2 months we haven't been here, so we thought today we'll just come have a look. And it was more sort of a chill thing. We had not really planned on a stream, but you know, in our car we always have everything ready regardless, so we thought, okay, well, let's just do it for today. Hey Mick, yeah, we don't really have the like counter. Yeah, we don't really have the like counter. We've to be quite honest, we've never really had the live counter, you know, on our live streams. Yeah, for the very fact that we just thought that, you know, we'll leave more of that attention to the planes and stuff like that. Yeah, but for the most part we did think about it the other day, because I think there was Dan. I'm not too sure if you know Dan. So Dan joins us on very many of those streams, and you know, they'll just come up to us, have a chat and whatnot. And then Dan was like, yeah, why don't you add it up and stuff like that. And then we said, yeah, we will probably do it someday. But then eventually we just didn't end up doing it because we were busy. And then yeah, this is how it is. So yeah, for the most part we are pretty used to it. But let's see, the very fact now that even you asked us, maybe in future if that is something that we could end up doing, you know, it's a simple thing, just add up your overlay and connect it to the YouTube background and done and dusted. But yeah, all good. Thank you. Good to know that you've been well, Mick. And yeah, please try this area. As you can see right now, so runway 16 is in use, but when runway 34 is in use, Mick, you will be getting a very good view of planes coming in from there. You'll see them from very far away. And if you go to the start of our stream, we already have a few planes, because when we started streaming, at that time, we had the planes coming in from here, and you get a very good view. Give it a try in the morning, because morning is quite busy. So maybe you can do that, or maybe even evening time, like right now, you'll still get to see quite a few. Like how we saw Etihad, we will also be having Qatar Airways coming in. So yeah, give it a go.
965, so just for your ground crew, pushing now off 32.
Oh, thanks Mick. Thanks for saying that you love the close-ups. Hopefully we can get more close-ups. In fact, we were using one of the zoom lenses as well earlier, but then we got it dismounted because I think we were positioned on slightly bit soft sand. We are actually positioned on the pavement as such, but then, you know, because of the rain, I think that sand just was out and about here. So when we repositioned and recalibrated our tripod, that's when we dismounted the zoom lens as such. Hey Mick, are you asking like what's the parking situation out here at this location? Is that what you're asking? If that's your question, let me just pan around and show you. You can see quite a lot of cars, and this is nothing compared to what it is. You know, at times you may not see a gap between these cars. Today we see quite a bit, and yeah, not very many. I'm guessing during winter it's not as much. You can see this is all parking spots, but yeah, we don't really have that many of the things. But yeah, for the most part, that's how it is. And yeah, cool. Yeah, Mick, give it a go. Just come here driving, you will enjoy it. I'm telling you, you're not going to be disappointed at all. Yeah, give it a go. Let us capture Qatar Airways, the star of the show for today. Here you go, Formula 1 livery. Woohoo!
Now, 40 X-ray, take taxiway right, ground 1260, small bar.
You know, right, 165, direction, heading to the right.
Sorry, 40 City Ground, good day, taxi on Alpha. Short.
Nice to see them. First time on our stream.
Alpha, Juliet,
and yeah, Mick, you don't have to worry. You can park here as long as you like. You know, we have been streaming here for ages, and there have been times We've parked here for about 8.5 hours for our 8-hour stream. Yeah, it's pretty easy, pretty nice, and you will enjoy it. Give it a go. Just remember, it is called the Plane Spotting Beach. Regardless of whether you're using Apple Maps, Google Maps, you will be totally fine. Oh, okay, looking on Waze. There, good. That's nice. That is Qatar Airways Formula 1 livery. Super beautiful. Just for you all here on YouTube.
Approach runway 16 right. Clear to you, let's approach 16 left, climb 595.
What a wonderful one it was. I'm very happy with that. Very, very happy.
Via Bravo 4, holding point Bravo 4, 16 right. Bravo, point Bravo 4, runway 16 right.
Alright, Mick says Airport Drive Mascot. Oh, is that what it's called? Airport Drive Mascot, is it? Yeah, because I'm not too sure actually like that, because you know the first time and the first couple of times I should say, because I did not know the way, that should have been about a year or two ago, I typed in the Plane Spotting Beach because I was told the very same thing, and then you end up getting it on Google Maps, Apple Maps, and like you said, you know, Waze, same thing. So yeah, but yeah, yes, Mick, it is super easy. You don't really need to stress too much about it. There's you know, any of the maps you use, you either use Waze, like you mentioned. It's going to be very nice and easy for you, so you don't really need to stress too much about it. Give it a go maybe tomorrow or whenever you're free, or whenever you like. It should be good. And you even have the ice cream truck coming in. Okay, I'll show you the ice cream truck, Mick. Okay, Waze says Airport Drive Mascot. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I used to use Waze before, but then, you know, sometimes their satellite view tends to hang a bit, so I just prefer using Apple Maps or Google Maps, depending on which phone I'm using for the day. But for the most part, that's what I use. But yeah, Plane Spotting Beach is what I know is on Google Maps and Apple Maps, so give it a go and you should be fine. But Plane Spotting Beach shows up. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Probably, you know, sometimes the maps could make it a bit of a thing. But rest assured, when you type in Plane Spotting Beach, you're not going to reach anywhere else apart from this place where we are right now, because, like I said, you know, I used it very many times. in the initial few months, I would say, when I didn't know the way to this place. So you should be good.
Qantas 26, the wind is 05 degrees at 5 knots, tailwind 1, runway 16 right, clear to land. 16 right, clear to land, Qantas.
1282 Sydney, director, descend 4,000.
Descend 4,000, velocity 1282.
Qantas 595, contact tower 124.7.
1247, Qantas 595.
Qantas 462 Sydney, director, 4 track miles, descend 4,000.
Okay, we are getting some sunlight on the ATC. So we'll just capture them again before the sunlight disappears totally. 5:03 p.m. and the sunlight should be gone in the next 12 minutes. Okay, so Mick, if you're still around, this is what I was telling you. You'll get some nice ice cream as well.
Push back through, tail west on.
Recleared independent visual approach, runway 16 left.
Recleared independent visual approach, runway 16 left, velocity 1282.
Qantas 26, Alpha 300, ground 1265, good
QF26 Tokyo Haneda to Sydney service on the Airbus A330-900. Wow, what a way to end the day before the sunset, getting that nice golden hue on the A330-900. Alright, Mick says usually get a chalk top. Yeah, I've never tried them, to be quite honest, but maybe I'll give them a go this summer, because I think I have seen them after quite a long time. But having said that, you know, I have come here after 2 months. I used to be quite regular over here earlier, but then, you know, in the last few months I've just been out there at Shep's Mound. But, you know, for the most part, I'm used to this place, and I used to see them coming in quite often. But I do believe, again, because it's winter, they don't really come in as often. But during summer, they will be here for quite some time. So they'll come here and they won't be departing for like an hour or two, because they know they have a very good market out here, and there'll be a lot of people as well, so it makes sense for them. So yeah, I will give it a go, the chalk top.
Rec 6776, reduce speed to 190 knots.
Okay, 66, that's just good. That's just good. Direct expander. Yeah, direct expander.
Right heading 070.
A bit of action just before the sunset, I believe. Quite a bit of them, I think. Captured Qatar Airways Etihad. Captured the arrival of QF26 from Tokyo Haneda. We captured one of that departures, as well as here another arrival. Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, that arrival that we did capture was weird. I was going to say Queensland, I was Gold Coast. Queensland is the state.
Golf 1, clear behind. Inbound. 1 at 26, 1 through lane post forward, exact 156.
Golf 1 to base.
Bravo, and approved, call clear.
Bravo.
25.0.
7125.0, survey 245, thanks for having us.
No worries, yeah. Qantas 462, g'day.
Hey, Flo. Sorry, I'm not too sure how I should be pronouncing that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Floxy? Yeah, how are you? Hoping everything's well. And Floxy, thanks for joining us on the stream. We use different cameras, Floxy. Sometimes we use our Canon EOS R10, sometimes the R6, along with 400mm lens. Today we are on the mini camera as such. If you would have seen us earlier as we started the stream, we had a zoom lens attached, but we took off the zoom lens. That lens is a Hasselblad lens that we got recently from Singapore. So yeah, quite a lot of different things that we use, but there's a mixture of even phones that we use. You know, there are times when like I think 2 weeks ago, we were streaming and it started raining. We had set up our Canon EOS R10 along with our lens and stuff like that. And it just started raining even before the curfew ended in the morning. So we had to put in the camera and everything. And then we just came out with our Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra from last year. So yeah, it's a mix of cameras that we use. But yeah, as of today, it's Hasselblad mini camera along with the Hasselblad lens to start with, but right now we are just ending it with the Hasselblad camera as such. But yeah, quite a lot of different things, I would say.
Information in here about the inspection departure from Bravo.
Just a 525 tech, point Foxtrot, runway 16 right.
Inspection the whole point, runway 16 right, just 525. Bravo, clear, continue.
So why Bravo? 660 tech, Bravo 4, holding point 4, runway 16 right.
Thank you, Bravo 4, holding point Bravo 4, runway 16 right.
Break 6776.
Ground clear, 95, thank you.
Wow, it's been quite a day actually for us, but you know, it's never really a successful one without all of you, and that is what I always say. Thank you very much for joining us on each and every stream. Oh, look at who's here in the house once again. It's AvGeek. Hey AvGeek. AvGeek says apologies, didn't get to put a shot up. I did put a post up though. I still can't tag you for some reason. Hey AvGeek, I'm not too sure why, but yeah, nothing to apologize. Hopefully we can enjoy the post because, you know, with the planes as such, we don't really complain whatever. We get a YouTube short, long form content. posts, pictures, whatever, you know, we are totally fine with it. So yeah, definitely we'll be having a look at it. Yeah, but I'm not too sure. Did you have an issue the last time as well? I do recollect you told me, right, that you weren't able to tag ours. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's some sort of security thing or something. But as far as we know, and I remember having a chat with the mods as well the last time, and they were like, nah, we don't really have anything because we are pretty open channel as such. So we don't really have any sort of security or, you know, something that other accounts or people can't tag us. I have really no idea, but for the most part I think we are pretty open one in terms of those features as such, security features. As you know, earlier we had quite a bit of, you know, very strict security using Nightbot and all, but then having said that, once the community built up, we totally gave up on that, and you know, right now we are an open one, so it's like all up to everyone coming here and having a chat with us. Hey Batsy, hello. How are you? Hoping you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. Thank you very, very, very much.
Just a 525X, but I'd like my 16 right.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe someday we'll go and have a look, but you know, for the most part, I do recollect the last time Runway asked me about the same, and then I told Runway that we did check it, because when Runway told me, I remember the following week we were supposed to be traveling and we didn't really have the time as such, but then eventually when we did get back, I asked the mods, and the mods were like, yeah, everything seems to be okay. It's not that, you know, we have anything as such. So yeah, for the most part I have no idea. Maybe it's just one of those inherent settings that we may have never even touched or didn't even bother. If we ever have to see that, yeah, I think we would have to be on a break, you know, literally be on a break, because like I always keep mentioning to you, AvGeek, you know, during the daytime, as in during the weekdays, we are so busy with work and stuff like that. And then towards the weekend, come the weekend, we end up being out here. Now, having said that, last weekend we did not stream, because last weekend we streamed on during the weekday, I think on Thursday, but during the weekend we were traveling. We went to Singapore on Friday, got back on Saturday evening. So it was a wonderful traveling for us, but very tiring. Yeah, having said that, like I always say, AvGeek, we do have moderators, 3 of them, all overseas. And our mate sometimes joins us for the live stream, that is Aviation with Matt, and then a few other of my mates during the weekdays. But yeah, for the most part, weekends is when I'm all alone. And the very fact that I think the next few weeks we will not even be having mods, because our mods will be slightly bit busy with a bit of stuff that they are doing in their lives as such. So I do believe for until about the end of August is when we won't be having mods. So our mod is pretty much going to be a bot, and that is Nightbot. Yeah. That's it. But having said that, I think, you know, we have been quite relaxed with the mods as such, because, you know, now that the community is built up, we don't really get any of those crazy bots, or, you know, those automated bots coming in and commenting as such. So it works out quite well for us. Yeah, AvGeek, how's everything with you though? It's like I forgot to ask you, how's the basketball progress going? Has your team gotten into the winning streak yet?
29, cross runway 25, taxi.
Right, let us capture that Boeing 747-8 Sydney to Shanghai of UPS. Age of the aircraft 8 years old. Sydney to Colombo, Sri Lankan Airlines. Wow, we will be capturing that one too. Age of the aircraft, let's see, 11 years old, July of 2015. Wow, that is pretty new, I would say. Then we do have JQ27, Sydney to Phuket on the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. And what else do we have? Sydney to Denpasar, Virgin Australia, Boeing 737 MAX 8. Okay, we do have quite a lot of those departures. QF11, Sydney to Los Angeles. What time are they departing? I think they will take some time. They haven't even pushed back, so we'll relax on that one. But yeah, for the most part, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 departures. I think we'll just capture them before we are out the door for today. Yeah, short stream for us. Short stream. As you can see, just 4 hours and 2 minutes since we started streaming. Not, I would say, not even half time compared to our longest stream ever. But having said that, we are quite happy to bring all of this action to you. You know, it's not about the quantity like people say, it's always about the quality. And I think in terms of quality, we got some really good planes today. Yeah, in terms of quantity as well, we got quite a lot for the afternoon, else usually afternoon is a bit more quieter, but today that wasn't the case, but it's good to go. Alright, AvGeek says team is not playing, did not go into the finals. We do have a history of some championships. Yeah, that is nice, you know, as long as you have some really good memories of those games that you'll have played, that really makes quite a lot of sense. I'm quite happy for you.
Heavy Sydney Tower, line up runway 1. Line up.
All right, look at that comment. Okay, we've got to do something with that comment, and AvGeek knows what we are going to do. All right, there you go, AvGeek. Yeah, for the most part, you know, AvGeek, we are so used to having those super long live streams. As you know, we start off so early in the morning, even before the curfew ends. During the shoulder period, we end up capturing British Airways BA15 coming in so many times on our live stream, and then we end up leaving at what time? Like, say, sometimes 1:30, sometimes 2 o'clock. Yeah, I think the longest stream on our channel has been 8 hours and 9 minutes. And mind you, we didn't even realize it on that very day when we happened to have that long of a stream, actually. So, you know, it was a pure coincidence. But then, you know, for the most part, we end up doing those long live streams, and we don't realize for the very fact that in the morning we come here for all of those arrivals. And then by late morning, when we have the departure peak, we wait for, you know, for those of you who know me very well, I always keep mentioning, we wait for all Nippon Airways, that is ANA, NH890 to depart. And because, you know, usually ANA is the one that completes the morning departure peak. And after that, we do have a few departures, but of late, it has been that ANA departs quite early. And then there are a few planes here and there that have been delayed. Earlier, it never used to be the case, especially during daylight savings time. I'm guessing it's probably something more related to operational efficiencies and stuff like that. But, you know, for the very fact that it happens that way, we end up staying much more longer. And then, like I always say, woohoo! Yeah, so coming back to it, like I always say, we say that we will end up leaving and be out the door after all Nippon Airways departs, but then there's always another plane and maybe a special livery, and maybe one of our viewers have their family on board, and then we would just want to capture it for them. And sometimes it would just be that we feel like we want to capture yet another plane, and then it just goes on, and we end up having that whole session as a pretty long one. So yeah, so when we are streaming just 4 hours like today, it feels like okay, that's pretty short. But yeah, if we stay 8 hours, you know, we started off at what time? I think a little after 15 minutes past 1. So if we stay here to complete that 8 hours, it'll be quite lonely out here. And yeah, I don't think we had even planned to stream this long, but the very fact that we are streaming is a totally different thing. And yeah, it's okay, no problem. All right, AvGeek says yay. AvGeek says, I forgot the first stream I watched was, AvGeek, I'm not too sure which was the first stream of ours that you watched. Is that what you're saying? If that's the case, yeah, I can't really recollect, but I do believe you may have joined us from, I would say, mid-November or end of November last year on our streams, because we started streaming from end of October 2025. That's when we started streaming, and yeah, it's been that way since that time. And I think we got quite a lot of our loyal followers coming in from different parts of the world starting mid to end of November, and I do believe you would have joined us around the same time too. Having said that, yes, we do have quite a lot of new viewers. We've got a lot of Japanese viewers. Haps, being one of them, has been a fan. I think Haps joined us when we were out there Tokyo Haneda filming, and you know, crazy filming, capturing those 747-8s of Lufthansa and whatnot. But yeah, happy.
10, report runway 16.
Oh yeah, AvGeek, I tell you, that is what aviation and AvGeeks are all about, right? No matter even if it's one plane, you just want to do it. you don't really see the cost and all, you know. Sometimes some of your mates or someone will be like, oh, so you spent about $5 to travel by train just for one plane? Or they'll just be like, oh, so you're going to be driving and spending, let's say, about $5 to $10 on fuel, but that does not bring any sort of return. But you know, you don't really do it for return, you don't really do it for money. I think you do it for the passion that you have, and I do believe that you went for the very same thing, right? It's like, yeah, you just went to capture one of those planes because you liked it. So it's all good as long as you have that experience, you know, because I think what really happens is, I think when we all grow old, like, you know, pretty old, not pretty old as well, let's say when we are in our 60s, 65, mid 60s, and then we look back and then we'll be like, oh, so you know, this was one of the planes that I loved, this is what I actually love doing, and I'm happy I did it back then. So yeah, it will make a lot of sense at that stage in life. So yeah, it's good regardless. Oh, Haps. Haps, you are here. I thought you're gone. Yeah, Haps, we were just talking about you, that you became a lovely viewer from the time we streamed at Tokyo Haneda. That was Sri Lankan Airlines to Colombo, Sri Lanka. We captured them earlier in the afternoon when they arrived, and right now they are departing for, I think, about a 9.5-hour flight.
Heading 180 from that heading with you on the A16 left quarter completion.
Alright, it's 27 minutes as we are talking, 27 minutes past 5 on Saturday, 1st August 2026. We captured some lovely planes and it's been a wonderful experience. Let us just wait for the retro livery that's coming in from Auckland of Qantas VHXZP. I'm not even sure how much of it we'll get to see in the first place. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Perhaps not too long before we arrive there at Haneda Terminal 3. It is not too long before we get there.
6 knots, tailwind.
Yeah, hopefully, perhaps we can bring some really great aviation action to you from Japan. And it's going to be a wonderful one, a celebration like no other. That is to Phuket. AvGeek says, shoot, almost forgot. Whilst crossing the Tasman Bridge, a Corvette pulled up right next to us and then pulled back to zoom right by us around 130 kmph in our 110. Ultra rare to see in Tasmania. Haha. Yeah, it would be a bit rare out there, but I'm pretty sure like people love their cars and all that, and they would be enjoying it. All right, they are going into the clouds. Yeah, we're having a bit of a thing with the autofocus, considering they are just on and off. Yeah. I think we'll get back to the planes out here so that the focus doesn't jump up. Yeah, 113, 110. I'm glad he didn't get caught.
And track directed to Chatham.
Airbus A380 to Chatham, Lankan 607, thank you.
EK 416 Dubai to Sydney service. Woohoo! Let's capture the Boeing 777 yet again.
Four taxi by Lima, hold short, remain 16.
It was just taken over. Say again?
Velocity 534 has runway 16 left in sight.
Velocity 534 cleared independent visual approach, runway 16 left.
Wow. Look at that comment from Lena. So Lena says, when you see a Jetstar 787 at this time of the evening or later, that means it's unfortunately late. Yeah, right? It's like, for the most part, Lena, we end up seeing Jetstar 787 in the morning off to Seoul, Incheon and all. But yeah, this time it sounds a bit strange to me, but there you go, you just confirmed it for me. You just validated it for me. So thanks, Lena. But yeah, thanks for the good laugh, in fact. Really appreciate it. AvGeek says, no, a viewer asked this on ISA's team, when is the thing that goes around the ATC tower? Is it a fire escape? Sorry, what thing that goes around the ATC tower? Oh, are you talking about the stairs? Ah, no, that's not a fire escape. Yeah, with all due respect though, with all due respect to that viewer, you know, I will explain to you why though. I will explain to you why. Let us just give the deserved screen time to Emirates, AvGeek, and then we will have a chat in regards to why the viewer may have felt it's a fire escape.
Uh, 661, wind 05. Degrees at 5 knots, tailwind 2 from 6 right, wind lane.
Alrighty. So where's the ATC tower? So you see the spiral thing, right? Now the thing is, I understand what really would have happened and why that viewer may have thought that way. If you see a lot of these older buildings, especially in places like the United States, you know, the very old buildings, when the fire laws and all were not really that strict compared to what it is today, they did not have escapes as such. They did have the fire hydrants and all of those things, but then a separate flow, a separate thing to escape, that is not what was out there. And quite a lot of countries, not only in the United States, I would say quite a lot of countries which have these old buildings, but then yet they want to comply for the very fact that if you don't comply, then the council or the municipal corporation will not allow the building committee as such to continue with that building structure. What they then ask you is to get that building demolished and then construct the new building that complies with the fire safety regulations. Now, it's easier said than done. You'll be demolishing, you'll be building. It's going to take quite a lot of money, and not all of the residents will be happy about it. Not all the tenants and stuff like that. Of course, tenants don't have a say, but then people lose out on a particular location that they're living for quite some time. Let's say 2-3 years in the making. So what the councils do at this time is, they will advise you if you can make a fire escape, and they end up making a fire escape just like the stairs over here. You see the spiral, somewhat like that. Now, having said that, it's just not like a slide. Of course, there's a lot of handles and this and that, but it makes it a lot more easier for people to escape should they have to. God forbid, it shouldn't really happen, but that's the way they comply. And this is for very old buildings, but yet they have that structural integrity. So I can totally understand where that question comes from that viewer. But yeah, with all due respect, that's how it is. All right, you're saying autocorrect got you in that message. So what exactly was it? Yeah, I mean, regardless, but if we were just talking about the spiral stuff, then yeah, it does seem to be a fire escape in a lot of those older buildings all across the world, where they have the structural integrity, but just because of new building laws, they do not meet the retrospectively meet the fire safety laws. I would put it that way. Yeah, so I can totally understand why that viewer may have asked it as such. But yeah, a lot of people who have not been to Sydney or who have not really paid close attention to the ATC tower, they may not know. They may literally not know about it. So yeah, you could be forgiven if you do not know about it. And quite a lot of viewers would have thought the same too. In fact, when I used to see this tower, I never really thought of the stairs. It's only later on when I started going to Shep's Mound quite regularly and stuff like that, and then that got me thinking. And then I was like, okay, this is the thing. But I did not really think it's a fire escape as such, because I do know, I read about the new ATC tower being built and all, and anywhere else in the world right now, you're building a new building or whatever, a new structure, you won't be having such fire escapes. Those fire escapes are temporary things for structures that are quite old, but yet they hold their integrity quite well. Structural integrity. Like I'm pretty sure if you go to Hobart CBD or Sydney CBD, Melbourne CBD, you will end up seeing a lot of these colonial buildings and stuff like that, right? Now, the very fact that they were built that long ago, if you try getting them to comply with the modern fire safety regulations, they just won't. You've just got to be honest, they just won't. But retrospectively, yes, they make modifications. They work with the council, and that is one good thing for us here in Australia. The councils are quite understanding, and they work with cooperation with the residents, with the owners as such. It doesn't happen everywhere else in the world. So in that case, yeah, good. But having said that, I would feel that if we did have a fire escape out with those older buildings out here in the CBD, anywhere in Australia, it would maybe spoil the look of those buildings. So I'm glad, the council is quite understanding as such. Oh yeah, okay. That's fine. I actually understood about that one, because sometimes we keep typing so much and autocorrect will just correct it and you haven't even realized it. That sort of thing. It happens all the while, so don't worry. And that is VHXZP. We've captured it very many times on YouTube short form, YouTube long form, on our live streams, and here we are capturing it yet again today. Haps says the sky remains light until 7 p.m. here. Oh yes, Haps, I actually want to see it because you see we are almost reaching into the darkness. It's 5:37 p.m. We are getting slightly longer days every single day now, because when we were at peak winter, that is June 22nd, the sun was setting at I think about 4:54 p.m. if I'm not wrong, and then by 5:09, 5:10 we were in complete darkness. But it's 5:38 and we still have a slight bit of daylight out here. Yeah, but I did read that the sun rises quite early in Japan, right? Perhaps? I think until mid of this month, the sun is going to be rising before 5. That is going to be nice, hopefully. Yes, AvGeek, that's the retro one for us. Retro plus broccoli liveries, best picture ever. Oh yes, I hope someday we can get it. It's going to take a while, I believe. You know, it has to be a coincidence. We have to be lucky enough to get such a thing, the retro livery plus the broccoli together. Yeah, would be a dream come true though. We've seen them very many times individually, but never together. So yeah, I would be happy to see them though.
Plus 146, cross runway 25, by Golf, hold short, runway 16 right.
5 by Golf, hold.
Lights on at Botany Bay. Wow, Haps says the sky starts to brighten after 4 a.m. Haps, I have never seen that ever happen in my life. I would love to do it someday. I would love to see it. How good would it be? All right, we have a comment from Lina. Lina says, in Sapporo, Hokkaido, as an example, summer solstice, June 22nd, sees sunrise at what? 3:55 a.m. and sunset at 7:17 p.m. How early sunrise that city? Wow. Oh man. Oh man. I would really want to experience that. 3:55 p.m. a.m. Wow.
534, good day, hold short, runway 25.
Should I even do one day airport stream from Hokkaido next year? 3:55 a.m. Wow. That is crazy. I would have never thought of it. Wow. I find it a bit unbelievable, like 3:55. Yes, I did know that people say the sun rises in Japan quite early, and I was checking as well. I do believe I checked that the sun rises about 4:57, 4:58 a.m. in Tokyo around mid of August, which is I think 2 weeks from now. But I didn't know 3:55. That is a totally different thing. I would love to do it, you know, because I always feel that with daylight you can do quite a lot of things. It's going to be wonderful. I'm not too sure how people sleep. Maybe they have very dark curtains or something that really helps them sleep well. All right, AvGeek says that's similar for Japan and Tasmania, and summer sunrise 5:05. Oh, okay, yeah. I think you mentioned it the other day as well, AvGeek. So yes, well, even 5:05 for me will be a dream. In fact, I have never really seen something like that ever in my life. So yeah, I've never been to places as such in summer. So, you know, it's a thing for me.
Gold Lima, base 36.
Alright, just checking flight radar to see what do we have to depart or arrive. Okay, AJ26 Hong Kong to Sydney coming in on the 767-300 DHL. I do believe what we'll do is we'll capture DHL and then we'll be off because, you know, it's getting dark and we are not at Shep's Mound, so we aren't getting the clearest of the images. So yeah, we will be out and about, but worry not, we will be coming soon with another live stream, maybe very, very soon. Whoa, we increased the ISO and we are having a bit of a thing. We'll just go back to auto, let it just do its job well for us. Yeah, I think at auto is best because then we don't have the noise.
Delta taxi to holding point Foxtrot, runway 1.
Delta point Foxtrot, runway 1. Killing 4.
Alright, AJ26 coming in 8 minutes. DHL coming in from Hong Kong. And after that we will be ending the stream. We'll be out and about, but really appreciate you all joining us on the stream today.
Good day, Qantas 136.
Qantas 136, Sydney.
Gold Lima, ready to
Gold Lima, tow Golf to the bay.
Golf to the bay, Gold Lima.
G'day, Kingsford, 5 Delta ready. Hey, 450 Delta, Sydney Tower, g'day, sign heading right, 0, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff. Sign heading right, 210, runway 16 right, Golf killing 455 Delta.
The mustard duck is coming, says Mick. Yep, it is coming in. And we are just waiting for that one, Mick. After that, we will be off. As you can see, you know, it's quite dark and we are not as close to the planes as we are when we are at Shep's Mound. Today we are at the beach. Like I said, you know, the plane spotting beach, and that does mean we are quite further set back, and that doesn't really help much with the viewing angles for us. However, don't stress too much because we'll be getting more of that action. Stay tuned with us, Mick, because we will be going to Western Sydney Airport yet again in the next few months prior to Western Sydney opening up for passenger services. We'll just get a bit of those videos and stuff. That is going to be more of a chill thing, right? It's not going to be any of the plane spotting because we aren't doing plane spotting anytime soon from there unless they get a bit too busy or something like that. But yeah, for the most part, that should be it. Oh, look at that, how grainy it is. But it still works because we can see quite a lot of the details on the planes regardless. Now the only thing is because we are at this place, we end up getting it a bit grainy. If we were at Shep's Mound, definitely it would have been much better. Amit says, hi, greetings from Leicester, UK. Woo! Hello, good morning, Amit. Good morning. How are you? Wishing you a very good Saturday and a Sunday, a nice weekend in fact. Thank you very much for joining us this Saturday morning. I hope you're staying nice and cool and staying away from that heat wave out there in the UK. Take care of yourself, mates. Mick says, have enjoyed the stream and many questions answered. Not a problem, and thank you very much, Mick. We are always happy to answer questions that we know the answer to. But if there's something that we don't know, we will always ask our viewers, because, you know, we have quite a lot of viewers who have a lot of experience and they know a lot about planes. In fact, I've always said it that there are some things that I have never really known about aviation, and, you know, there would be viewers in different streams mentioning things and telling us, and that's when we would get to know. So yeah, reach out whenever you have any questions or whatever, and we are happy to get it done for you. Alrighty, AvGeek, thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekend, AvGeek. Even we will be out and about. We are just waiting for DHL, and once DHL is in here, we should be out. Thank you, AvGeek, once again. It's nice having a chat with you. Lovely having you on our streams ever so often. And have a wonderful weekend. Take care, AvGeek.
Velocity 434, information section Go for better, request taxi. 434, Sydney ground, taxi Bravo, or taxi to holding point Bravo 4. Sorry. Bravo 4, 16 right, velocity 434.
Alright, Mick says, I watch other streams and very target questions acknowledged or answered as they... Oh, okay, I think you would have run out of characters or something whilst you were sending us that comment. Not too sure. But yeah, Mick, if that's the case, it's like, you know, with all due respect to all the different channels that stream out here from Sydney or anywhere else, right? I do believe sometimes it's like the streamers would be quite busy and this and that whilst they are panning around the camera and all. So that's the thing. In fact, you know, one of our mods asked me, why do I personally read all of the comments as they come through? Because we should just be focusing more on the panning of the camera work, the streaming part of it. But yeah, for me, I just love interacting with the audience. As you would have seen from any of our streams, you know, we've come a long way streaming. When we started off, we just started off with the pretty plain and basic YouTube native app on a mobile phone when we started streaming last year, October. Now, this is not to say that we look down on streaming a streamer that streams from a phone, because, you know, we do it very many times as well based on the weather and stuff like that. But having said that, you know, we came a long way in terms of a year and there and whatnot. So what I'm trying to say is, the thing is, I just love interacting with people, and that is the reason I always tell my mods to not really interact too much unless it's something where, you know, there are some of those bad comments, something unwarranted or something. That's when the mods would really jump in and block off the comments or something. But for the most part, as you can see on our channel, we don't really have anything as such. We are pretty normal one way. We want everyone to be acknowledged. I would just say it that way, and that's the reason. And yeah, that's the reason I would say that I prefer reading each and every comment personally out here. So that's the reason we have about 3 screens as we stream, you know, 3 screens. So one is for reading the comments, and then the other one is for flight radar. Ooh, Mick says there's one channel in particular that seems to see members' messages. Ooh. Thanks, Mick. Thanks, Mick, for your kind words. Really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem with that. Thank you so very much. And yeah, like I said, Mick, we hope we can keep you entertained. We hope we can bring you a lot of that aviation action, because, you know, we stream in the morning. Today we have streamed today in the afternoon after a very long time. It's been ages. Else we usually stream just in the morning. But for the most part, we love doing this. Aviation has always been part of a thing. You know, for me, aviation started off when I was a kid with plane models, and I remember the A380 and whatnot, the A380 being launched when I was a kid and stuff like that. Yeah, totally a thing for me. So yeah, that's why I feel a close connection to the A380. But having said that, Boeing 747-400 is something we want to travel on. Haven't really traveled on till date. I do know the 747-8s will be around for quite some time in the future, but 747-8 is not what we want to travel, at least for now, because you know the 747-400 is what changed it. We know the 747-100, then the -200 is what changed it quite a lot. If you go online on YouTube, you'll be able to see the 747-200 was the plane that made the 747 so iconic. It was the model that you would almost always see at Tokyo Narita Airport, even until about, let's say, the mid to late 90s. And having said that, there's one of the fact which says out of all the 747s that were manufactured, about 75% of them have at least once in their life passed through Tokyo Narita Airport. Alrighty, there you go, DHL on the channel. That is to end the stream. No problem. Hey Nav, hello. Good evening, Nav. How are you doing? Hoping everything's well. Thanks for joining us on the stream. We are at the tail end, and this is the last aircraft we are filming because we are not at Shep's Mound today, so we are quite far off, and as you can see, the quality does suffer slightly. So yeah, that's the thing. But thanks Nav for joining us, really appreciate it. Mick says not your channel though. Nah, I really appreciate your kind words, Mick, really appreciate, thank you. Mick says, in the short time I watched today, you answered more questions than anywhere else. Yeah, Mick, like I said, you know, if there's something that we know about, we are happy to answer it. But I do recollect there were a couple of questions maybe 2 weeks ago, and I did not know the answer to that, and I asked, and you know, one of our members answered. In fact, one of our members is still watching us, and I asked about Qantas's seat numbers because we had one of our viewers wanting us to film their departure, and I have never traveled on a Qantas A380. And I said that I do not know the seat allocation, you know, how it works out, because each A380 is configured differently. And one of our viewers just mentioned it, where the seat number is, and it's above the wing. So yeah, it's like if we don't know, our viewers definitely know about it, and they will always answer if they have the knowledge of it. So yeah, all good. That's how it works out here. And you know, I have been quite humble enough on this channel to say that we are a very simple channel. All we do here is come with a lot of love for aviation and then share the love of aviation, because not everyone would want to go to the airport to see planes, but there'll be a lot of people who love planes, and not everyone is going to do that. For the very same thing, Western Sydney, a lot of people want to know what Western Sydney airport looks like. What are the planes that are going to fly during that time, you know, the first ones and all. But not everyone wants to travel that far, and that's totally fine, you know, that's totally fine. But the very fact that we can do it for all of you just through our live sessions, through our videos, that makes sense for us, you know, that we can just share it. It doesn't really cost us much. It's all about just streaming, and then we enjoy doing it, you know, we just get to see the planes, and at the same time we share it with all of you. So that makes sense. Alrighty, having said that, that is the last plane DHL that just came in. Hey Jonathan, hello once again. Thank you, Jonathan, for joining us. We will just be ending the stream now pretty shortly. Yeah, because it's dark, and don't worry, we will be coming with streams in the near future. I'm glad we could stream today. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for having joined us on this wonderful day, wonderful stream. And yeah, thanks to each and every one of you for joining us. at that. Wow. I'm very happy to know, Mick. I am so glad your son and his friends are into train spotting. That is very nice. Mick, you know, I love trains as well, and I have on my hard drive, I think, a little over 20 gigs of just train pictures and a couple of videos. Yeah. Wow, truck spotting. Okay. Yeah, I did not know truck spotting is a thing. But yeah, good to know about that one. I do believe your son will know a lot about. Okay, sorry, and others are into truck spotting. I thought you were saying your son. Okay, so your son is more into train spotting and others are into truck spotting. Yeah, I did not know that. I really had no idea. I do know there are people who love buses because one of my mates at work, his son loves buses and they'll go around different places just to spot a specific model of buses. So I can totally understand. Yeah, it's a nice thing to go through and share, you know, and especially when we just grow quite old and then, you know, we look forward. We look back and then we'll be like, okay, these are the modern buses that we have at our time, but this is what we had back in the day. And back in the day ones, you know, they have the character, they have the thing, so I can totally understand. It makes quite a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, Jonathan asks us, when's the next stream? Hey, Jonathan, I do believe it should be one of the weekdays. Maybe Tuesday. I think it should be Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, but should be a nice morning stream and should be good to go. Having said that, Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us, and in fact thank you to each and every one of you for joining us today on this awesome live stream. Thanks to you all for making it awesome. You know, we cannot make it awesome. It's like if no one really comes to watch us, how will we end up making it awesome, right? So thanks to each and every one of you. We really appreciate it once again. And have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful morning if you are joining us from the North American continent, United States, Canada, Mexico, South America. To anyone joining us also from Europe. Yeah, good morning. Wishing you a very good morning. To all joining us from India, UAE, Japan, Vietnam, China, good afternoon, and to all joining us from our good old home, Australia and New Zealand, good evening. We hope you're going to have a great Saturday evening, going to the pub, drinking a beer of 5. There is no 2, 3 and 4. Alrighty, take care of yourself. Yeah, that is what I say. You've got to have 1 beer of 5. There is no 2, 3 and 4. Alright, Nav. Let us read through those comments. Nav says, I have my model airport at home. That is nice, Nav. Yeah. Maybe if you're on Instagram, post it on Instagram and tag us, Sydney Airways. We would love to see it and it would be nice. And Mick says, cheers, until next time. Take care, Mick. Take care of yourself. And I do hope and I do wish you can come out here to have a look at the planes. It's going to be a wonderful experience for you. Take care of yourself, and thanks to all of you who joined us. Really appreciate it. Have a wonderful weekend. Hey, hello. Welcome back once again. We thought we'll finish off with the stream, and yeah, there's one after another coming. We've already packed up though. We've just put in main gears and stuff like that. But yeah, hey, Runway, hello. Yeah, actually, we thought we actually finished this stream, I think, about 10-15 minutes ago. But as we were just packing up, we saw a couple of these planes, and then QF11 Sydney to Dallas, not Dallas Fort Worth, Los Angeles. It was just departing, so we thought we'll just capture it. And then now there is SQ242 that is just around the corner of runway 16. So yeah, just around the corner of runway 16, so we'll be capturing that one. And once that's done, we should be out and about. Yeah, we do have Christchurch to Sydney service on Emirates EK413 that has just touched down. We aren't even using the microphone anymore. It's just the default microphone in the camera, so it's not going to be the best of the audio. Yeah, this is what happened, Habs. This is what happens. We always think that we will leave, and then there's one plane coming, and then we just can't finish the stream. And this is Singapore Airlines SQ242, the one that we always keep talking about on our morning streams. Out and about to Singapore Changi. They arrive Singapore Changi at 12:20 a.m. local time, which will be 2:20 a.m. for us out here. Yes, that's the A380 love. That's the A380 love Haps, and what a wonderful way to end the stream. We got an Emirates A380 to finish off. This is the very same A380 that arrives in the morning as EK412, and then it stays here on the ground. Then it goes to Christchurch around 8:50, and now back from Christchurch they will be getting a fresh set of crew, passengers as well. For passengers who are traveling onwards, they still have to deboard the plane and clear customs and all that, and then back onto the plane again for their onward flight, 14.5-hour flight to Dubai. Alrighty, that is it. That is it. Oh yeah, super dad. Yeah, it's like we finished off the stream, I would say now 15-20 minutes ago, but we just saw one after another plane coming, like, you know, the service to Los Angeles of Qantas, and what was it? There was Qatar Airways cargo with a special livery, the people livery something. Yeah, so we just couldn't end it, you know. It's sort of it's sort of, I don't know, you feel sad that you end the stream and then you couldn't really share those special liveries or whatever these planes coming in. But yeah, having said that, we are done with the stream now, Super Dad. So thank you very much, everyone. Take care of yourselves and see you all on the next stream pretty soon. Have a lovely Saturday and a lovely Sunday wherever in the world you are. And New Zealand off to Christchurch. Thank you, everyone. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Take care, Haps. Take care. Take care very much, 5 Scorpion. That is Runway. Take care of yourself, Super Dad. Take care of yourself, Miss Aussie Thunder. Thanks to all, and see you all on the next stream.